Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow before it's gone.
On May the 7th, in the Midlands, Yorkshire, all the north of England, Reform scored absolutely stunning victories in areas that Labour had dominated for the best part of 100 years. The sheer scale of our victory against Labour made it inevitable that this Prime Minister could not survive. And because of that, Burnham steps forward and wins quite convincingly the Makerfield by-election, ironically with the same message that we had in the local elections. Ours was vote reform, get Starmer out. His was vote Burnham, get Starmer out. Unbelievably, we're about to have our sixth Prime Minister in 7 years. I remember growing up thinking Italy was totally ungovernable as they went through a new Prime Minister every year, and yet that's where we are here. Why is it all happening, and why did we get that big number of votes in the north of England? Well, 10 years ago, on the 23rd of June 2016, we voted Brexit. Much of our political establishment has never accepted the result. And even those that reluctantly did, namely the Conservative Party, refused to implement what voters demanded, namely lower levels of immigration and more freedom for our sole traders and small businesses. They were just two of the benefits we could have taken having got back self-governance. Under Starmer, the Labour Party has moved much closer back to the European Union, and if Mr Burnham wins, they'll go closer still, which means Labour voters and the Labour Party are completely divided on this issue. But the bigger point today is that of a mandate, is that of legitimacy. I've no idea whether there'll be a contest or a coronation. And what I do know is the British public have simply had enough of political parties chopping and changing their leaders at will. We vote for somebody in a general election to be our Prime Minister. We expect them to serve their term. And barring ill health or exceptional circumstances, what is going on here, frankly, is reminiscent of the Banana Republic that has totally devalued the very process of general elections and democracy. I demand, we at Reform demand, a general election. After all, when the Conservatives were chopping and changing Prime Ministers, Labour kept saying there should be a general election. On that point, the Conservative Party say there's no need for a general election because they're part, frankly, of the Uniparty. It's as if the whole thing is a game. Labour did not actually carry out their mandate of 24, did a whole number of things, whether it was the tax on family farms, the giving away of the Chagos Islands and much else that wasn't in the manifesto. If it is Mr Burnham, he didn't even stand at the last general election. Britain is broken. 6 Prime Ministers in 7 years should convince you of that fact. We are ready for a general election, and I suspect many of you too are ready for a general election. The thought we're going to go through weeks, maybe months, of paralysis in a country whose debt is rising faster than any country in the world, apart from Botswana, where the boats continue to come across the English Channel every day. The whole thing is not acceptable. Let's have a general election. Let's get a government with a clear democratic mandate. Apart from Botswana, where the boats continue to come across the English Channel every day. The whole thing is not acceptable. Let's have a general election. Let's get a government.
Hello, everybody, and good morning to everybody back in the United States. I guess good afternoon to the folks assembled. So look, yesterday was a very, very good day. We made a lot of good progress. We did exactly what we wanted to do, which is accomplish four things for the American people. First, we wanted to build a mechanism for keeping the Strait of Hormuz open. It is open. We've seen, of course, gas prices and oil prices come down, millions and millions of barrels of crude and natural gas flowing through the Strait of Hormuz that weren't flowing before. But we also wanted to make sure that we actually set up the coordination mechanism so that we could demine the Straits of Hormuz, so that when there are the conflicts that inevitably come up, we can make sure we work through them rather than that leading to escalation, and that is exactly what we did yesterday. Number two, we also wanted to build a mechanism, a similar mechanism, for deconfliction for the regional ceasefire. As the President of the United States has himself said, sometimes these ceasefires just mean you're shooting a little bit less, but we wanted to make sure that we had the proper coordination set up so that if there is shooting, if Hezbollah fires at Israel or if Israel responds, if there are other conflicts that arise in the region, we're actually talking to each other and figuring out how to stop the shooting, how to make the region safer, our allies and everybody else. We set that up as well. Number three, and this is probably what we're most excited about as Americans, the Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major milestone for the American people and the first step in permanently denuclearizing or permanently ending. Americans, the Iranians have agreed to invite IAEA inspectors back into their country. That is a major milestone for the American people and the first step in permanently
statement. Progress on more support for our brave Ukrainian allies is indeed welcome, and the Deputy Prime Minister knows he has cross-party support for that. But at the G7, did the government raise the proposal of using frozen Russian assets around the world to support Ukraine? And if this was not raised, why not? Meanwhile, Donald Trump is boasting about his ceasefire with Iran, but the art of the deal, this is not. Here's Netanyahu's idiotic war, backed by the Conservatives and Reform, has achieved absolutely nothing. It's wrought havoc on the global economy and on our economy, as the Deputy Prime Minister said. And the Prime Minister was right to keep us out of that war. But given how Netanyahu seems determined to undermine any ceasefire, what discussions did the Prime Minister have with allies at the G7 to bring real pressure on both him and Hezbollah to end the fighting? Mr. Speaker, all this shows how important it is for Britain to strengthen our defences and to deepen our partnership with dependable allies, especially our neighbours in Europe. So will the Prime Minister confirm whether or not the Defence Investment Plan will be published before the NATO summit? We think on these ventures that is vital so we can start repairing the damage done by Conservative defence cuts, and at the NATO summit have real leverage and influence. So can the Deputy Prime Minister tell us, will the Defence Investment Plan go to the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield for his urgent sign-off? Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had promised a crucial summit with the EU next month to start repairing the damage done by that party. Now, reports say that this has been postponed because of the Prime Minister's resignation. Does the Deputy Prime Minister agree that this is a disaster? Fixing our relationship with Europe is far too urgent for these discussions to be postponed yet again. So can I ask the Deputy Prime Minister to urge the Right Honourable Member for Makerfield to reject the government's current timid reset and instead push for our growth and defence partnership, including single market membership, free from the out-of-date red lines the current Prime Minister imposed 5 years ago?
Deputy Prime Minister.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman for the manner in which he put his remarks and for his tribute to the Prime Minister for his public service, and of course I will relay that to the Prime Minister when I see him later today. he raises Ukraine, and I'm pleased to confirm that I hope to go to the Ukraine Recovery Conference later this week to continue to discuss these issues. And he's right to raise the issue of frozen Russian assets. That remains a long-standing item across G7 nations. He recognises that there are European countries who are more exposed than others, and I hope that we can break the deadlock soon. He raises, of course, the deal in the Strait of Hormuz. It's a fragile deal, and of course the continued bombardment of Lebanon and affecting the fragile ceasefire that is holding as of this morning in relation to Lebanon particularly pertains to that, and we call on restraint from Israel particularly. It is important that we maintain peace across the region at this time. And yes, of course, I can confirm that the defence investment plan will be published before the NATO summit, and I think it is important that the Prime Minister is in post for that NATO summit. And can I also say that I hope that the EU summit, he will recall that I was the first Foreign Secretary to return to the top table of Foreign Secretaries in Europe, that the summit with the EU will come forward as soon as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Deputy Prime Minister for his update on a range of issues from the G7 summit. I wonder if he could set out how the government's work to de-escalate things in the Middle East will help families here in Britain and my constituency of Rushcliffe, specifically around protecting shipping routes, reducing energy pressures and keeping prices down. I wonder if he could set out how
very grateful to Honourable Friend, and can I pay tribute to the work of the Foreign Secretary in that regard, and of course the Prime Minister and our National Security Advisor in their determination to seek to keep the Straits of Hormuz open, to work with partners and bring together a coalition to achieve that. We stand ready to help, particularly with demining. We all want to give the reassurance to industry to get back to freedom of travel down the Strait of Hormuz. All of that will affect cost of living in this country and stabilise our economy, but also the global economy.
Sir Honourable Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Deputy Prime Minister share my concern and that of many of my constituents about elements of the Iran deal, and in particular that the sanctions relief, the early sanctions relief, the access to frozen Iranian assets and the $300 billion of economic reconstruction and development aid could find its way back to the IRGC, further strengthening an organisation that has done so much damage to regional stability and indeed global stability, both directly and through its proxies. And while I'm at it, will the Deputy Prime Minister sit down with the police and find some way of stopping this ridiculous heckling and disruption of Prime Ministers on the steps of Downing Street when they're trying to make statements, which further adds to our considerable international embarrassment right now?
We're very grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and we have sanctioned the entirety of the IRGC. We've proposed 240 sanctions on Iran since coming into office, and we will bring forward legislation to implement full and further sanctions and sectorial measures, including targeting finance, energy, software and other industries advancing Iranian nuclear escalation. And he has stood in my shoes on the steps of Downing Street, and I do think there are these moments where the country are watching in, and they do want to be able to hear Prime Ministers of the day speak. So I recognise the points that he raised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was glad that the Deputy Prime Minister reiterated support for Ukraine, but in order to do that, we obviously need a defence investment plan. But could he perhaps explain what conversations the Prime Minister had with the G7 in the G7 about defence investment through, particularly the Defence Security and Resilience Bank and the multilateral defence mechanism? Both could be important to Britain, and I wonder if the Deputy Prime Minister can tell us what's happening.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and she will be reassured that, of course, defence and increased defence spending across the G7 was a topic of discussion. We support attempts by the European Union and indeed by our Canadian friends to ensure that the funds are available and different mechanisms are available to increase that defence spending. And as I've said, we will set out how we will do that before the NATO summit.
The Prime Minister made reference to the meeting that the Deputy Prime Minister made reference to the meeting that the Prime Minister had with Sanai Takaichi, the Prime Minister of Japan, with reference to 18 billion of investment coming into the country. Some of that will no doubt be with regards to the Global Combat Air Programme. That is something that a funding deal needs to be in place for the end of this month, so next week. The Minister for Defence Readiness and Procurement mentioned last week that funding deal has been agreed. Could the Deputy Prime Minister confirm how much that deal is worth, and whether that is a multi-year deal or whether there is a 3-month interim deal that runs out at the end of September next week?
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. Indeed, I recall being in Japan as Foreign Secretary and discussing that deal, and I was very pleased to see the 18 billion deal, which will create incidentally 11,000 jobs signed up. I will ask the Defence Secretary to update the honourable gentleman in the usual way.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After decades of previous Conservative governments who preached isolation on the international stage, both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister have shown through the work they've done at the GC the value of being in the room to get agreements that make changes that are positive for our national interest. That is why he will understand the concern that many of us have today that the EU summit planned for the 22nd of July to make progress on repairing the damage done by Brexit to our economy and agreeing things like an SPS deal and youth mobility has been delayed. He will understand that every month of delay in the summit is a month of delay in implementation of any deal. So what can he do to reassure those of us who recognise the salvage operation we need to address the damage Brexit has done to our economy, that this is a pause, not a stop in that process?
Deputy Prime Minister. Well, very grateful to Honourable Freya for her leadership on these issues. Can I reassure her that the summit will take place as soon as possible, and also that we are having ongoing discussions with the European Union on SPS, youth mobility, steel and a range of issues on a day-to-day basis. Can I reassure her that
Mr. Speaker, a week ago the Prime Minister said that the UK would support the deal between the United States and Iran by standing up a, quote, defensive, independent, multilateral mission. And at the planning stage, that was designed to restore freedom of navigation to the Strait of Hormuz. In May, the UK was supposed to deploy drones, Typhoon fighter jets and HMS Dragon to such a future mission, whereas today the Deputy Prime Minister said it was immediate support for demining. What will the deployment involve, and what might trigger it, please?
Deputy Prime Minister. I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman. Of course, HMS Dragon to be ready for any mission to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, advanced British military mine and clearance specialists, as I referred to. Typhoon's ready to conduct air patrols over the Strait, and the Royal Navy's modular Beehive system, which can deliver high-speed, autonomous Kraken drone boats to track and identify potential threats and defeat them.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I also associate myself? Mr. Speaker, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also associate myself with my right honourable friend's remarks about the Prime Minister and his service to our country? Mr. Speaker, despite the agreement with Iran, as the Deputy Prime Minister highlighted, the attacks on Lebanon have continued. Can he say more about what will be done to ensure that the truce is sustainable, that has been agreed? And can he say more about what action will be taken to support people who've been displaced, over 1 million people, and for the reconstruction of that country?
Deputy Prime Minister. My honourable friend, we strongly welcome the ceasefire, but recognise that it's fragile. It must be fully implemented, including withdrawal by the IDF from Lebanon and deployment of the Lebanese armed forces from the south, and Hezbollah must end its indiscriminate rocket fire. But we've announced an additional 20 million million worth of humanitarian funding, taking UK support up to 30 million. And Baroness Chapman, the Honourable Minister, was in Lebanon last week discussing these issues, of course, with our French counterparts and the Lebanese government.
Sir Alex Shelbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I say to the Deputy Prime Minister, I really am quite impressed that he knows more about defence spending than the former Secretary of State for Defence. He was able to stand at Deputy Prime Minister's questions and also know what was going on in the G7, and apparently the Prime Minister does such an amazing job that then the way forward is to sack him. So may I just ask the Deputy Prime Minister, if the demands to go into more closer trading relationships with Europe are to be met by some of those who are pushing in his party, and indeed what the Honourable Member for Makerfield had said recently, do those 5 trade deals that he's boasted about stand up? If
the Prime Minister.
I'm grateful to you, Honourable Gentleman. We've been very clear about our red lines, the red lines we had in the manifesto, in delivering on our promise to reset our relationship and put Britain at the heart of Europe. And absolutely, we stand by the ability to implement, enact and see our economy grow as a result of those 5 trade deals, all of which I've been involved in.
Mr. Speaker, and I too want to echo the tribute that he's paid to the Prime Minister. He has much of which he can be proud, particularly on the international stage. I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister's strong words about what's happening in Gaza and the West Bank, but my constituents frequently write to me in despair that Israel does seem to be able to act with impunity whether it comes to illegal settlements or the blocking of aid, many other examples. What reassurance he can give them that there is some hope that Israel will be held to account and the people of Gaza and West Bank will be helped in the face of such oppression.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Very grateful to my honourable friend. I'm proud, of course, that we took historic steps to recognise a Palestinian state. We oppose settlements that undermine a two-state solution. Settlements are illegal under international law, and we urge Israel, as I've continued to do, to take greater action to hold violent settlers to account and strongly condemn the massive increase that we're seeing in settler violence against Palestinian civilians. That's why my honourable offence announced further sanctions against those who are sustaining that violence, the 4th package in recent times.
The Deputy Prime Minister just said that we're all in the Prime Minister's debt. Well, that would be the £300 billion of debt that he's racked up. And of all the G7 countries, we now pay the highest borrowing costs. So given that Labour were elected on express pledge not to raise taxes and not to borrow beyond our means, would the Deputy Prime Minister agree with me that if the member for Makerfield wants to hike taxes even more and to max out our national credit card, he should call a general election?
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman, but I've got to say to him, Reform are in no position to ask questions or make demands when their leader is refusing to own up about his £5 million donation and whether he lobbied the Bank of England about cryptocurrencies.
David. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also share the Deputy Prime Minister's remarks about the Prime Minister and his service to our country. Does my right honourable friend agree that Israel must allow aid into Gaza, stop settlement expansion in the E1 area of East Jerusalem and tackle settlement violence, and that the G7 must use this moment to ensure Palestinian people have the resources they need to rebuild their country?
Well, very grateful to my honourable friend, and she's absolutely right. We all now want to see peace maintained in the Middle East. We look with horror at what we see on the West Bank and the settler violence that we see, and I condemn the inflammatory language that we're seeing once again by members of the Israeli government.
Craig Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Deputy Prime Minister was right to say that Iran must never be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. But we know history teaches us that the Iranian regime have ignored the deal that was in place, the JCPOA. So can the Deputy Prime Minister be clear with the House what the government is doing in clear terms to make any future deal actually meaningful and stop the Iranian regime acquiring the level of enriched uranium that would make a nuclear weapon?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. I stood at this dispatch box and discussed these issues now over several years. I remember negotiating with the Iranians in Geneva, and I have to say some of the mendacity that I heard with them in relation to their nuclear ambitions. We, of course, as the G7, and it's very pleased to see the statement, and I refer him to that if he hasn't already read it, in relation to Iran, and as you would expect, the United Kingdom stands ready to support that deal and hold Iran to the obligations that they must necessarily make in relation to their nuclear ambitions and Iranian enrichment.
As you would expect. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to join the Deputy Prime Minister in paying tribute to the exceptional work of both the National Crime Agency and the Royal Marines, who have a very special bond with Exeter, being housed at Lympstone, just down the River Exe. Again, in that action taking on the Russian shadow fleet. Can the Deputy Prime Minister commit to the government and this country taking further action against the Russian shadow fleet and making sure that we continue to be at the forefront of enforcing the sanctions that we put in place?
David Lammy.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. Let me thank again the Royal Marines and the National Crime Agency officers for their bravery and professionalism. The vessel is now held off the south coast at a UK anchorage. It's a live criminal investigation and ongoing, so obviously I cannot comment further, but he's heard us talk again and again about the Russian sanctuary fleet and corral much of the international community to act at a UK anchorage.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the only thing of note and real consequence in the statement is the Deputy Prime Minister reminding us that tomorrow is 10 years since the disastrous decision to leave the EU, a Brexit that Scotland overwhelmingly rejected, that has left us the most impacted nation in the UK and a bill of £30 billion. But it does agree, it's not just us, but the whole UK has suffered because of Brexit, made it virtually ungovernable as we see, as we're now about to get our 7th Prime Minister in the Brexit 10-year era.
David Lammy.
Well, he's right. The Leader of the Opposition and her party delivered a botched Brexit, and we must hold them to account for that. And that's why we've sought, day after day, to reconnect with our European friends, to partner with them where we can. We held the first summit. I look forward to the next summit when it comes, and all of the progress that we've made to repair the damage that was done and to make progress with our European friends together. We held the first summit.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week at Prime Minister's Questions I raised a very serious topic around the impact of steel tariffs and the impact on companies and jobs across the country. The Deputy Prime Minister gave me a rather evasive answer, I suspect because he didn't expect to be stood here today addressing the House of Commons. He did say that the Prime Minister would be raising this at the G7, so can he give the House an update on what was discussed with regard to steel tariffs, and perhaps take the opportunity to once again try and answer the question, what steps is the government taking to avoid this economic disaster that will occur in less than 2 weeks?
Grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. Protecting primary steel production critical to the UK national infrastructure is of course the #1 priority. Overall quota levels for steel imports will be reduced by 60% compared to current arrangements from the 1st of July, with steel coming into the UK above those levels subject to 50% tariff. Measures are targeted at steel that are made or could be made in the United Kingdom. We continue to engage with the industry and trading partners on our steel measures, and we will confirm final quotas short measures ahead of the 1st of July. We'll monitor the impact of this closely, including a review after 12 months.
Here's Savile Roberts. Around the April of Arab, 10 years on, and Brexit has cost the Welsh economy £4 billion. It's raised the cost of living
and it's narrowed the life chances of young people. So if the next Labour government is serious about change for the better, then rebuilding relationships with European members of the G7 and the EU must be front and centre. Given that the Brexit Reset Summit due to be held a month from now has now been postponed with no date, surely the definition of stability would be for the next government to campaign to rejoin the single market and the customs union, and to be upfront and forthright with the British people of the advantages of doing so.
We're grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she and I have discussed these issues indeed before we came into government. There's no change to our manifesto red lines, and I'm not going to preempt what our next manifesto might say, but I do look forward to the next EU summit, and I'm quite sure that that will take place as soon as is possible.
Can I say to the Deputy Prime Minister that he's looking even more Prime Ministerial than he did on Wednesday? I wonder what has changed since last Wednesday and today. And can I say that this is an end of an era? Because the love-in between the Deputy Prime Minister and myself could be coming to an end, and he may not be at the dispatch box much longer, but I hope that is not the case. Is it not clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Paris is not a place for British Prime Ministers? Because when Margaret Thatcher went to Paris to a security conference in 1990, she had gone within 4 days as Prime Minister. Sir Keir Starmer, as Prime Minister, has gone within 5 days after visiting Paris for a security conference. But on the communique from the G7 statement, there's a reference to Ukraine and energy. Can I ask the Deputy Prime Minister when the UK will end its temporary licences for the import of Russian diesel and jet fuel through third countries? It's scheduled to end in 2027. Could he bring that date forward?
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his question. I expect to be here for a few days yet. And can I say to him that we did publish a statement on that issue, and it's the 1st of July.
Monica Harding.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've been waiting for the EU-UK reset for 2 years, and today we have just more warm words in the absence of the UK-EU reset summit, postponed because the Labour Party has decided to change its leader. So on the anniversary of the Brexit referendum, when we are all poorer and our economy has taken a 6 to 8% hit because of it, what assurance can the Deputy Prime Minister give this House that the next Prime Minister will be bolder than this one and will actually positively reset the relationship with Europe, supporting our calls for joining the customs union and the single market?
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. I'm proud of the work that we've done to reconnect with the European Union, and alongside the Cabinet Minister and my dear friend on the front bench, we put a lot of work into the run-up to that EU summit. I was pleased to sit around the table with foreign secretaries across Europe for the first time, and that momentum will continue, not just for the next year, but right up to the general election in many years ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Deputy Prime Minister mentioned in his statement an £18 billion investment from Japan. What he didn't mention was earlier this year the government turned down a £17.5 billion investment from oil and gas companies when they decided not to end the energy profits levy. He also mentioned Russian sanctions, but what he didn't mention was that they have not sanctioned Russian-derived oil products nor Russian LNG. Can the Deputy Prime Minister not see that this government's policies on the North Sea oil and gas sector are bad for national security, and that whoever is leading the government next must end the ban on new licences, end the EPL, and get Jackdaw and Rosebank permitted? Can the Deputy Prime Minister not see?
Can I just remind the Honourable Lady that in the past decade, 70,000 jobs were lost in the North Sea because of the party that she is parted. We've headquartered Great British Energy in Aberdeen. We've established the Office for Clean Energy Jobs to help create jobs. There are already 105,000 jobs in renewables in Scotland. We're committed to jobs, and that's why we provided an extra £1.2 billion in support to upskill the workforce.
Ellie Chow. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The G7 summit took place in a country in the grip
grip of an extreme heat wave, a heat wave that's now hitting the UK this week. And yet, climate change was not on the agenda, despite the fact that the climate crisis has a huge impact. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The G7 summit took place in a country in the grip of an extreme heat wave, a heat wave that's now hitting the UK this week. And yet, climate change was not on the agenda, despite the fact that the climate crisis has a huge impact. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Underneath this southern sky, every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes through, searching for something real and true. Wind moves softly through the pine wood trees, carrying old forgotten melodies. And somewhere down the darkened railway line, another lonely heart is losing time. Rain on the Delta tonight, slowly washing through like muddy river water, pulling me from you. Every road I roam, every dream I chase, still leaves these old blues written on my face. Smoke hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Street lights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with a tired sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. Every broken memory comes alive tonight, under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghost close inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. Cold wind blowing through the Delta night, rusty street lamp barely shining light, old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name, through empty southern highways and neon-colored rain. Oh Lord, can you hear this old guitar and fear? Every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Juke jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through the storm, like distant thunder rolling before the night is gone. Oh Lord, stay near tonight beneath this fading light. Every dream I knew turns back into the blue. Standing at the crossroads, late at night alone, cold wind blowing through flesh and bone, street lights trembling underneath the rain, like tired hearts learning how to break again. Oh, black guitar hanging by my side, full of songs I've always tried to hide. Every mile behind me feels the same. Every broken town still knows my name. Crossroads, midnight blues, calling out my soul like a dark old river, too deep to control. Oh Lord, hear my prayer floating through the southern air. Every road I choose leads into these blues. Smoke drifts slowly through the neon light, while lonely strangers drink away the night. Bartender says some wounds don't heal, and tonight I finally know how that feels. Train tracks humming underneath the storm, like tide ghosts trying to stay warm. And every note my guitar softly cries feels like one more Every love I lose still leaves me standing in these midnight blues. Delta moon hanging low above the river tonight. Silver reflections dancing in the pale light. Old wooden porch creaking underneath my feet, while distant thunder rolls through the summer heat. My cigarette burns slow beside this rocking chair. Southern wind moving softly through the air, and every lonely cricket singing in the dark feels like another memory inside my heart. Delta moonlight blues, soft and low tonight, like an old forgotten prayer floating through the night. Oh Lord, hear my soul trying hard to stay whole. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Gather slowly over county lines, like old regrets buried deep in time. My guitar hums with a worn-out sound, like a tired man still drifting around. Oh, radio playing from the room inside, songs about lovers who never survive. And somewhere far beyond the riverbed, another lonely night begins again. Delta moonlight blues, rolling through my veins like muddy southern water after endless rain. Every dream fades slow, like smoke beneath the moon. Still singing these blues. to an old forgotten tune. Dust blows softly through this tired southern town. Old pickup trucks and faded signs breaking down. Neon buzzing outside the corner store, like memories I can't escape anymore. My boots feel heavy from these endless miles. Too many heartbreaks hidden behind smiles, and every cigarette burns slower tonight underneath this lonely yellow light. Dust and bones blues running through my soul, like an old black river nobody can control. Oh Lord, can't you see what these old roads did to me? Every dream I lose turns into dust and blues. Old bartender says the night's still young, but these tired lungs have sung enough songs. Train whistles echo somewhere far away, like ghosts begging me to stay. My guitar strings hum with a cracked old sound, like a worn-out man still drifting around. And every note beneath this southern sky feels like one more slow goodbye. Dust and bones blues, heavy as the rain, like old scars hiding deep beneath the pain. Every road I ride, every town I choose, still leaves me stranded with these dust and blues. midnight train rolling through the rain, steel wheels crying like human pain. Coffee grows colder beside my hand as I watch the storm move across the lane. Cheap motel glowing beside the road, another lost town carrying heavy souls. Old radio singing soft and low, songs about places I'll never know. Lonely train blues tonight, rolling through my soul like an endless highway, with nowhere left to go. Oh Lord, hear that sound as the rain keeps falling down. Every passing tune sings these lonely blues. Dusty suitcase lying by the door. I've seen too many towns before. Every neon light starts looking the same. Every heartbreak carries your name. My old guitar still understands the things this world never planned, and every chord beneath the moonlight sky feels like one more long goodbye. Lonely train blues tonight, slowly drifting on, like the whistle of a train just before the dawn. Every road I take, every mile I lose, still leads me back to these lonely blues. Rain keeps falling on the Mississippi road. Old guitar singing like a weary soul. Smoke from my cigarette fades into the night, while neon shadows dance beneath the pale light. cheap whiskey burning slowly in my chest, trying to calm a heart that never rests. Every passing train sounds lonely and low, like memories from a life long ago. These midnight river blues keep pulling me down slow, like muddy southern water where broken dreamers go. Oh Lord, hear me tonight underneath this pale moonlight. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Dusty boots walking through an empty town. Every lost soul keeps looking down. Oh, jukebox crying in the corner bar, playing songs for hearts left scarred. Through the southern trees, like ghosts whispering old melodies, and every note my guitar plays tonight feels like holding on to fading light. These midnight river blues run deeper every year, like thunder in the distance, slowly drawing near. Oh Lord, hear my cry beneath this endless sky. Every dream I lose turns into these blues. Neon signs glowing through the midnight rain. Every small town highway starts to look the same. Cheap whiskey bottle resting by the sink, while lonely hearts sit quietly and think. Old jukebox humming in the corner bar, playing songs for people carrying scars. Smoke hangs heavy underneath the light, like broken souls hiding from the night. Neon whiskey road, take me far away, past the empty bars, memories that stay. Oh Lord, hiding underneath the storm like old ghosts trying to stay warm. My guitar keeps singing soft and slow, things this world will never know. And every chord beneath the southern sky feels like one more long goodbye. Neon Whiskey Road, stretching through the night like a lonely river, disappearing out of sight. Every dream I lose, every town I roam, still searching for a place this heart can call home. Rain falls gently on a Delta town tonight. Streetlights flicker in the fading light. Old men drinking slowly at the bar, talking about dreams that never got far. Smoke rises softly through the quiet room, like tired flowers trying hard to bloom. And every lonely blues song on the radio sounds like somewhere I used to know. Rain on the Delta tonight, cold against my skin, like old broken memories coming back again. Oh Lord, hear my cry underneath this southern sky. Every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes through, searching for something real and true. Wind moves softly through the pinewood trees, carrying old forgotten melodies. And somewhere down the darkened railway line, another lonely heart is losing time. written on my face. Smoke hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Street lights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with a tired sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. Every broken memory comes alive tonight, under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghosts inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. the Delta night. Rusty street lamp barely shining light. Old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name, through empty southern highways and neon-colored rain. Oh Lord, can you hear this old guitar and fear? Every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside, like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through the storm, like distant thunder rolling before the night is gone. Oh Lord, stay near tonight beneath this fading light. Every dream I knew turns back into the blue. Standing at the crossroads, late at night alone, cold wind blowing through flesh and bone, street lights trembling underneath the rain, like tired hearts learning how to break again. Oh, black guitar hanging by my side, full of songs I've always tried to hide. Every mile behind me feels the same. Every broken town still knows my name. Crossroads, midnight blues, calling out my soul like a dark old river, too deep to control. Oh Lord, hear my prayer floating through the southern air. Every road I choose leads into these blues. Smoke drifts slowly through the neon light, while lonely strangers drink away the night. Bartender says some wounds don't heal, and tonight I finally know how that feels. Train tracks humming underneath the storm, like tide ghosts trying to stay warm. And every note my guitar softly cries feels like one more beautiful goodbye. Crossroads, midnight blues, hold me till the dawn, like a fading echo of an old sad song. Every dream I chase, every love I lose, still leaves me standing in these midnight blues. Delta moon hanging low above the river tonight, silver reflections dancing in the pale light. Old wooden porch creaking underneath my feet, while distant thunder rolls through the summer heat. My cigarette burns slow beside this rocking chair, southern wind moving softly through the air, and every lonely cricket singing in the dark feels like another memory inside my heart. Delta moonlight blues, soft and low tonight, like an old forgotten prayer floating through the night. Oh Lord, hear my soul trying hard to stay whole. Every road I choose like old regrets buried deep in time. My guitar hums with a worn-out sound, like a tired man still drifting around. Oh, radio playing from the room inside, songs about lovers who never survive. And somewhere far beyond the riverbed, another lonely night begins again. Delta moonlight blues rolling through my veins like muddy southern water after endless rain. Every dream fades slow, like smoke beneath the moon. Still singing these blues to an old forgotten tune. Dust blows softly through this tired southern town. Old pickup trucks and faded signs breaking down. Neon buzzing outside the corner store, like memories I can't escape anymore. My boots feel heavy from these endless miles. Too many heartbreaks hidden behind smiles, and every cigarette burns slower tonight underneath this lonely yellow light. Dust and bones blues running through my soul, like an old black river nobody can control. Oh Lord, can't you see what these old roads did to me? Every dream I lose turns into dust and blues. Old bartender says the night's still young, but these tired lungs have sung enough songs. Train whistles echo somewhere far away, like ghosts begging me to stay. My guitar strings hum with a cracked old sound, like a worn-out man still drifting around. And every note beneath this southern sky feels like one more slow goodbye. Dust and bones blue, heavy as the rain, like old scars hiding deep beneath the pain. Every road I ride, every town I choose, still leaves me stranded with these dust and blues. Midnight train rolling through the rain, steel wheels crying like human pain. Coffee grows colder beside my hand as I watch the storm move across the land. Cheap motel glowing beside the road, another lost town carrying heavy souls. Old radio singing soft and low, songs about places I'll never know. Lonely train blues tonight, rolling through my soul like an endless highway with nowhere left to go. Oh Lord, hear that sound as the rain keeps falling down. Every passing tune sings these lonely blues. Dusty suitcase lying by the door. I've seen too many towns before. Every neon light starts looking the same. Every heartbreak carries your name. My old guitar still understands the things this world never planned, and every chord beneath the moonlight sky feels like one more long goodbye. Lonely train blues tonight, slowly drifting on, like the whistle of a train just before the dawn. Every road I take, every mile I lose, still leads me back to these lonely blues. Rain keeps falling on the Mississippi road. Old guitar singing like a weary soul. Smoke from my cigarette fades into the night, while neon shadows dance beneath the pale light. Cheap whiskey burning slowly in my chest, trying to calm a heart that never rests. Every passing train sounds lonely and low, like memories from a life long ago. These midnight river blues keep pulling me down slow, like muddy southern water where broken dreamers go. Oh Lord, hear me tonight underneath this pale moonlight. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Dusty boots walking through an empty town. Every lost soul keeps looking down. Oh, jukebox crying in the corner bar, playing songs for hearts left scarred. Through the southern trees, like ghosts whispering old melodies, and every note my guitar plays tonight feels like holding on to fading light. These midnight river blues run deeper every year, like thunder in the distance, slowly drawing near. every dream I lose turns into these blues. Neon signs glowing through the midnight rain. Every small town highway starts to look the same. Cheap whiskey bottle resting by the sink, while lonely hearts sit quietly and think. Old jukebox humming in the corner bar, playing songs for people carrying scars. Smoke hangs heavy underneath the light, like broken souls hiding from the night. Neon whiskey road, take me far away, past the empty bars, memories that stay. Oh Lord, let me roam till this tired soul feels home. Every road I choose turns into these blues. Cold wind whispers through the motel screen about all the things that could have been. Train tracks shining underneath the storm like old ghosts trying to stay warm. My guitar keeps singing soft and slow, things this world will never know. And every chord beneath the southern sky feels like one more long goodbye. Neon whiskey road, stretching through the night like a lonely river, disappearing out of sight. Every dream I lose, every town I roam, still searching for a place this heart can call home. lights flicker in the fading light. Old men drinking slowly at the bar, talking about dreams that never got far. Smoke rises softly through the quiet room, like tired flowers trying hard to bloom. And every lonely blues song on the radio sounds like somewhere I used to know. Rain on the Delta tonight, cold against my skin, like old broken memories coming back again. Oh Lord, hear my cry underneath this southern sky. Every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes through, searching for something real and true. Wind moves softly through the pine wood trees, carrying old forgotten melodies. And somewhere down the darkened railway line, another lonely heart is losing time. Rain on the Delta tonight, slowly washing through like muddy river water, pulling me from you. Every road I roam, every dream I chase, still leaves these old blues written on my face. Smoke hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Street lights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with a tired sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. comes alive tonight under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghosts inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. Cold wind blowing through the Delta night, rusty street lamp barely shining light, old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name, through empty southern highways and neon-colored rain. Oh Lord, can you hear this soul, guitar and fear. Every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside, like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through the storm, like distant thunder rolling before the night is gone. Oh Lord, stay near tonight beneath this fading light. Every dream I knew turns back into the blue. Standing at the crossroads, late at night alone, cold wind blowing through flesh and bone, street lights trembling underneath the rain, like tired hearts learning how to break again. Oh, black guitar hanging by my side, full of songs I've always tried to hide. Every mile behind me feels the same. Every broken town still knows my name. Crossroads, midnight blues, calling out my soul, like a dark old river, too deep to control. Oh Lord, hear my prayer floating through the southern air. Every road I choose leads into these blues. Smoke drifts slowly through the neon light, while lonely strangers drink away the night. Bartender Miranda says some wounds don't heal, and tonight I finally know how that feels. Train tracks humming underneath the storm, like tide ghosts trying to stay warm. And every note my guitar softly cries feels like one more beautiful goodbye. Crossroads midnight blues hold me till the dawn, like a fading echo of an old sad song. Every dream I chase, every love I lose, still leaves me standing in these midnight blues. Delta moon hanging low above the river tonight, silver reflections dancing in the pale light. Old wooden poles creaking underneath my feet, while distant thunder rolls through the summer heat. My cigarette burns slow beside this rocking chair, southern wind moving softly through the air, and every lonely cricket singing in the dark feels like another memory inside my heart. Delta moonlight blues, soft and low tonight, like an old forgotten prayer floating through the night. Oh Lord, hear my soul trying hard to stay whole. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Slowly over county lines, like old regrets buried deep in time. My guitar hums with a worn-out sound, like a tired man still drifting around. Oh, radio playing from the room inside, songs about lovers who never survive. to moonlight blues, rolling through my veins like muddy southern water after endless rain. Every dream fades slow like smoke beneath the moon. Still singing these blues to an old forgotten tune. Dust blows softly through this tired southern town. Old pickup trucks and faded signs breaking down. Neon buzzing outside the corner store, like memories I can't escape anymore. My boots feel heavy from these endless miles. Too many heartbreaks hidden behind smiles, and every cigarette burns slower tonight underneath this lonely yellow light. Dust and bones blues running through my soul like an old black river nobody can control. Oh Lord, can't you see what these old roads did to me? Every dream I lose turns into dust and blues. Old bartender says the night's still young, but these tired lungs have sung enough songs. Train whistles echo somewhere far away, like ghosts begging me to stay. My guitar strings hum with a cracked old sound, like a worn-out man still drifting around. And every note beneath this southern sky feels like one more slow goodbye. Dust and bones blues, heavy as the rain, like cold scars hiding deep beneath the pain. Midnight train rolling through the rain, steel wheels crying like human pain. Coffee grows colder beside my hand as I watch the storm move across the land. Cheap motel glowing beside the road, another lost town carrying heavy souls. Old radio singing soft and low, songs about places I'll never know. Lonely train blues tonight, rolling through my soul like an endless highway, with nowhere left to go. Oh Lord, hear that sound as the rain keeps falling down. Every passing tune sings these lonely blues. Dusty suitcase lying by the door. I've seen too many towns before. Every neon light starts looking the same. Every heartbreak carries your name. My old guitar still understands the things this world never planned, and every chord beneath the moonlight sky feels like one more long goodbye. Lonely train blues tonight, slowly drifting on, like the whistle of a train just before the dawn. Every road I take, every mile I lose, still leads me back to these lonely blues. Rain keeps falling on the Mississippi road. Old guitar singing like a weary soul. Smoke from my cigarette fades into the night, while neon shadows dance beneath the pale light. cheap whiskey burning slowly in my chest, trying to calm a heart that never rests. Every passing train sounds lonely and low, like memories from a life long ago. These midnight river blues keep pulling me down slow, like muddy southern water where broken dreamers go. Oh Lord, hear me tonight underneath this pale moonlight. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. Dusty boots walking through an empty town, every lost soul keeps looking down. Oh, jukebox crying in the corner bar, playing songs for hearts left scarred. Through the southern trees, like ghosts whispering old melodies, and every note my guitar plays tonight feels like holding on to fading light. These midnight river blues run deeper every year, like thunder in the distance, slowly drawing near. Oh Lord, hear my cry beneath this endless sky. Every dream I lose turns into these blues. Neon signs glowing through the midnight rain. Every small town highway starts to look the same. Cheap whiskey bottle resting by the sink, while lonely hearts sit quietly and think. Old jukebox humming in the corner bar, playing songs for people carrying scars. Smoke hangs heavy underneath the light, like broken souls hiding from the night. Neon whiskey road, take me far away, past the empty bars, memories that stay. Oh Lord, scream about all the things that could have been. Train tracks shining underneath the storm like old ghosts trying to stay warm. My guitar keeps singing soft and slow, things this world will never know. And every chord beneath the southern sky feels like one more long goodbye. Neon Whiskey Road, stretching through the night like a lonely river, disappearing out of sight. Every dream I lose, every town I roam, still searching for a place this heart can call home. Rain falls gently on the Delta town tonight. Street lights flicker in the fading light. Old men drinking slowly at the bar, talking about dreams that never got far. Smoke rises softly through the quiet room, like tired flowers trying hard to bloom. And every lonely blues song on the radio sounds like somewhere I used to know. Rain on the Delta tonight, cold against my skin, like old broken memories coming back again. Oh Lord, hear my cry underneath this southern sky. Every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes through, searching for something real and true. Wind moves softly through the pine wood trees, carrying old forgotten melodies. And somewhere down the darkened railway line, the lonely heart is losing time. Rain on the Delta tonight, slowly washing through like muddy river water, pulling me from you. Every road I roam, every dream I chase, still leaves these old blues written on my face. Smoke hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Street lights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with a tired sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. Every broken memory comes alive tonight under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghosts inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. Cold wind blowing through the dale tonight, rusty street lamp barely shining light, old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name, through empty southern highways and neon-colored rain. Oh Lord, can you hear this old guitar and feel every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside, like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through the storm, like distant thunder rolling before the night is gone. Oh Lord, stay near tonight beneath this fading light. Every dream I knew turns back into the blue. Standing at the crossroads, late at night alone. Cold wind blowing through flesh and bone. Street lights trembling underneath the rain. Like tired hearts learning how to break again. Oh, black guitar hanging by my side, full of songs I've always tried to hide. Every mile behind me feels the same. Every broken town.
Hi everyone. Hi, welcome to Laser Talk. All right. I didn't do a live stream on Thursday because I had a family medical emergency, but the situation is under control. So no worries. I'm back. All right. Let me give you an update. CCP rumor mill is operating in overdrive. Rumors are flying in every direction. One claims the party has moved up the 5th plenum to July in order to address personnel changes and a new power structure. Another claims that Zhang Youxia's corruption case, allegedly involving billions of yuan, will finally be announced, formally dealt with in July. Yet another claims that Xi Jinping has already been reduced to little more than a diplomatic figurehead, whose primary role is to meet foreign leaders while preparations are made for his eventual departure. Whether any of these rumors are true remains to be seen. But one thing is beyond dispute. Let me bring this picture on. The Zhang Youxia case has become the single most controversial issue dividing the Chinese leadership today. Why? Well, because General Zhang is no ordinary general. He is a Red Princeling. He's the most powerful military officer in China. His arrest was highly unusual, and according to many observers, it took place outside normal party procedures. And perhaps most importantly, the entire party establishment is waiting to see how the leadership ultimately handles his case. So tonight, I want to give you an update on Zhang Youxia, on the Zhang Youxia saga, by focusing on 3 men who, according to one theory, played critical roles in his arrest. You can call them Xi Jinping's 3 musketeers. One controlled the venue, one controlled the security apparatus, and one controlled the party, the party machine, or the party apparatus. Now, for years, these 3 men stood closer to Xi Jinping than almost anyone else. But now something strange is happening. One musketeer has already fallen. The other 2 may be struggling. Coincidence? Maybe. Or perhaps we're watching the next chapter of the same political battle. So tonight, let me tell you about Xi Jinping's 3 musketeers. Now, a few days ago, Xinhua published what appeared to be an ordinary personnel announcement on its front page. I just want to make sure. Can people hear me? Yeah? Audio sounds okay? All right. People ask me, is Zhang Youxia alive? No, we don't know. Okay. Terry, Jen Rich. Yes. Okay, good. Sometimes I get sidetracked and I could be talking for an hour without knowing if my audio is on. Okay, so a few days ago, Xinhua published gave an announcement, and it just said that Cai Qi would now serve as president of the National Academy of Governance, adding yet another title to his already impressive list of positions. At the same time, former Politburo member Chen Xi was removed from that role. Okay, so this is Chen Xi. Now, just days earlier, Cai Qi had already appeared at the Central Party School for an event in his new capacity as its president, replacing Chen Xi. That appearance immediately sparked speculation. To most people, this might look like a routine personnel adjustment, but if you follow CCP politics, you know this announcement carries significance far beyond its surface or superficial appearance. Because the National Academy of Governance and the Central Party School are actually one institution operating under 2 different names. And the Central Party School is no ordinary school. It serves as CCP's highest training institution for senior officials, and perhaps Zhongnanhai's most influential think tank. Senior officials from ministries, provinces, municipalities, and party organs across the country eventually passed through the school's halls, and it's one of the most important political networking centers in the party state system. Now, traditionally, the president of the Central Party School is a member of the Politburo Standing Committee. So Hu Jintao and Xi Jinping both held that position before becoming CCP leader. Yet Chen Xi broke that convention. After retiring from the Politburo in 2022, he went on to serve as the president of the Central Party School, despite not being a standing committee member. That fact alone tells you how much Xi Jinping trusted him. And that is precisely why Chen Xi's removal has attracted so much attention. So who is he, and why does his situation matter? Well, let me say this. If there were a list inside Zhongnanhai titled, "The least likely people to ever be abandoned," Chen Xi's name would probably be near the very top. He has known Xi Jinping for more than 50 years. The story goes back to 1975. At the time, Chen was a factory worker who was selected to study chemical engineering at Tsinghua University. One of his classmates was a young man named Xi Jinping. The two not only studied together, they lived together. They were roommates. They were roommates sleeping in at adjacent bunker beds. After graduation, their careers followed different paths. In 1979, Chen Xi returned to Tsinghua to pursue a master's degree. And one of the first things he did after returning to campus was to visit Xi Jinping, who by then was already working in the central, in the general office of the Central Military Commission. He was working for China's then defense minister, Geng Biao. Over the years, Xi Jinping and Chen Xi's friendship endured. While Xi Jinping was serving in Fujian, Chen Xi was rising through the ranks at Tsinghua University. By the way, Chen Xi spent 2 years at Stanford University as a visiting scholar. Now, he's also from Fujian. So whenever he returned to Fujian to visit, he made time to meet Xi Jinping, who was an official in Fujian. Fujian was Xi Jinping's political stronghold. He spent, I think, more than a decade there. So their relationship has been building over the years. So in fact, Chen Xi played a role in several key milestones in Xi Jinping's early political life. He was one of the people who sponsored Xi Jinping's entry into the Communist Party. Public records show that Xi Jinping had applied to join the CCP 9 times, but were all rejected until the 10th time, when Chen Xi and others sponsored him. Now, later, as a senior leader at Tsinghua University, Chen Xi was also in a position to help Xi Jinping obtain his doctoral degree in law. Whether he actually studied for his degree, we don't know. But supposedly, he got his doctor's degree. Now, these are not small favors that can easily be forgotten, nor are they relationships that can easily be replaced. That is what made Chen Xi unique. Many officials were loyal to Xi Jinping, many benefited from Xi, but very few could claim to have walked beside him for half a century. Very few could say they knew Xi Jinping before he became a county official, before he became a provincial leader, before he entered Zhongnanhai and became China's paramount leader. But Chen Xi could. And Xi Jinping rewarded that loyalty. As Xi Jinping rose through the ranks, so did Chen Xi. When Xi Jinping became China's top leader, Chen became one of the most important figures in the party's personnel system. So for 3 consecutive leadership terms, he helped oversee appointments, promotions, and political placements for Xi Jinping throughout the party state apparatus. So in many ways, he became one of the chief architects of Xi's, or the Xi Jinping era, or the personnel structure of the Xi Jinping era. So people say that among all of Xi Jinping's civilian allies, Chen may have been the person that Xi Jinping trusted the longest because of their history, which is why his downfall is so striking. Because if anyone, if someone like Chen can be pushed aside, this is no longer the story of an ordinary official losing his position. This is the story of a 50-year friendship colliding with political reality. And that's why what happens to Chen can never be viewed as merely a story about the change of the president of the party school. This is also a mirror reflecting Xi Jinping's own political standing. So here's the question. So why did Chen Xi fall? There are two competing theories. The first theory argues that Xi Jinping himself removed Chen. And according to this view, Xi Jinping has grown increasingly suspicious of the officials recommended and promoted by his longtime personnel chief. And more senior officials run into political trouble. Xi has begun questioning Chen Xi's judgment and loyalty assessments. So under this theory, Chen Xi became a victim of Xi Jinping's growing distrust and paranoia. All right, before I talk about the second theory, may I take a sip of water? Okay, here's the second theory. It tells a very different story. This theory argues that Chen Xi was not removed by Xi Jinping at all. Instead, he became a target of anti-Xi forces, particularly elements associated with the party elders and military establishment, because of the role he played in the Zhang Youxia case. As we've discussed before, the operation against Zhang Youxia unfolded during a seminar held at the Central Party School. That was Chen Xi's territory. And according to this theory, the people seeking revenge for Zhang Youxia hold Chen Xi partly responsible, and they want him to pay a price. Remember, Zhang Youxia is no ordinary general. He's a princeling, a member of China's revolutionary aristocracy. Chen Xi, by contrast, is not. And in elite CCP politics, that distinction matters. Now, you see the difference between these two theories is enormous. The first theory says that Xi Jinping is personally responsible for all of the recent purges and removals, including all the generals who have fallen, such as these two. His head of personnel in the military, General Miao Hua, or Admiral Miao Hua, and his second vice chairman of CMC, He Weidong. And then you have Zhang Youxia, as well as his loyalists who have fallen. Ma Xingrui, former party secretary of Xinjiang, an ally, a close friend of Xi Jinping's wife, Peng Liyuan, and then now Chen Xi. So that was the first theory, which says Xi Jinping was the one who brought all of them down out of paranoia. The second theory, however, says that China is witnessing a brutal power struggle between rival factions, with some officials being taken down by Xi Jinping and others being taken down by Xi Jinping's opponent. And most famously, they say that these two generals, Miao Hua and He Weidong, were taken down by Zhang Youxia and his allies, the party elders, whereas Ma Xingrui and Chen Xi are taken down by Xi Jinping's opponents, aka the party elders and the military. Now, personally, I think the chances that Xi Jinping has suddenly gone mad are quite small. As paranoid as he is, I think the chances that he just suddenly, went suspicious of everyone around him and took everyone down, including his friend from college, someone who he has known for 50 years, I think that chance is small. Even if Xi Jinping had become dissatisfied with Chen Xi, his friend from college, there would be little reason to humiliate him this way because it doesn't serve Xi Jinping himself well. After all, Chen Xi had already stepped down or stepped away from the center of power. He continued his continued role as the president of the Central Party School was essentially an honorary arrangement awarded to him by Xi Jinping at the 20th Party Congress. In another year, at the 21st Party Congress, he could have quietly retired and handed the position over in a routine transition. Instead, he was abruptly removed. That doesn't make Xi Jinping look strong. If anything, it makes Xi Jinping look vulnerable. Remember, Chen Xi's appointment itself broke party convention. Xi Jinping personally made an exception for him to make him the head of the party, Central Party School. So why create that exception only to publicly reverse it later? So personally, I find the second explanation more consistent with what we are seeing, because Chen's removal doesn't look like a routine personnel adjustment. It looks more like a political message, a form of retaliation, a warning directed not only at Chen Xi, but also at Xi Jinping himself. After all, if Xi Jinping successfully moved against Zhang Youxia, he did not do it alone. And according to this interpretation, 3 men played critical roles. These 3 men. Chen Xi, Cai Qi, and Wang Xiaohong. They are Xi Jinping's 3 musketeers. And if that theory is correct, then what's happening to Chen Xi may not be an isolated event. It may be the opening chapter of a much larger political reckoning. Regardless of which theory you believe, this personnel change does not look normal. What drew even more attention were subsequent claims from insider sources that Chen Xi's retirement treatment had been dramatically downgraded from vice state rank all the way down to vice departmental rank. Now, that would represent one of the most extraordinary demotions of a senior CCP official in recent memory. That would be the political equivalent of sending someone back to the rank that they held more than 20 years ago. That's not retirement, that's political punishment. And that brings us back to the key question. Would Xi Jinping really choose to punish his own college roommate this way, even if he no longer trusted his judgment? My answer is no. Now, I know many people question the second theory. The most common question is this: if the anti-Xi forces are really retaliating, then why start with Chen Xi? What about the other 2 musketeers who allegedly played even bigger roles in the Zhang Youxia operation? What about Cai Qi? What about Wang Xiaohong, the Minister of Public Security? Shouldn't they be the first targets? Because they're the ones who are, who have the resources and the means to launch an attack on the generals. Chen Xi just provided a venue because it took place at his school. So let's start with Cai Qi. Okay, at first glance, Cai appears to be the biggest beneficiary of Chen Xi's downfall. When Chen lost the presidency of the party school, Cai Qi took over. So to many observers, this looks like a straightforward expansion of Cai Qi's power. But there's another way to interpret it. What if Cai Qi is not inheriting Chen's influence? What if he's inheriting Chen's problems? Because while Cai has accumulated more titles, there are increasing signs that he himself may be under extraordinary pressure. In recent weeks, a number of overseas commentators have circulated allegations involving alleged money laundering networks connected to members of Cai Qi's extended family. The allegations involve financial relationships tied to relatives of Cai Qi's wife, as well as individuals connected to the family of Wang Xiaohong. The claims point to financial channels operating through Southeast Asia, particularly Cambodia and Myanmar, involving private equity funds and cryptocurrency transfers. And what make these claims noteworthy is not necessarily the allegations themselves, it's the timing. The rumors have emerged at the same time that a growing number of developments have begun affecting people associated with Cai Qi's political network. Several former secretaries and aides linked to Cai Qi have reportedly been questioned by investigators. And not only that, former secretaries and aides linked to Wang Xiaohong and other members of the Xi faction have also been rumored to be involved in investigations. So taken together, these reports have fueled speculation that the anti-corruption authorities may be examining networks connected to some of Xi Jinping's closest allies. Now, whether that interpretation is correct remains impossible to verify because these are only rumors that have been going around. But there are at least 2 cases that we can verify, and they are the latest developments involving Cai Qi's former associates. The first one is this guy. It happened on June the 6th. His name is Wei Xiaodong. He was the chairman of the Beijing Municipal CPPCC. He was placed under investigation. For outsiders, he may seem like just another municipal official, not someone important. But if you, for people who study CCP politics, he was much more significant. During Cai Qi's tenure as Beijing's party secretary, Wei served as one of Cai's most important personnel director. And here's the interesting detail. Who helped place this Wei Xiaodong person into that position? Chen Xi. At the time, Chen Xi was Xi Jinping's personnel chief and head of the organization department. So for 5 years, Wei helped Cai Qi with organizational and personnel work in Beijing. And when someone like that falls, attention naturally shifts to the network that promoted him, that elevated him. And then around the same time, another former Cai Qi associate came under investigation. And this was a person who was the former party secretary, and that's this guy, Dong Guibo. He was the director of Zhejiang's State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. He was also placed under scrutiny. More importantly, he turned himself in. That's rarely a good sign. For any senior politician, one former subordinate falling may be bad luck. Two former subordinates falling in rapid succession is something else entirely, because every investigation creates a new trail, and every trail leads somewhere, which brings us to the most important question surrounding Cai Qi. Many people assume that because he holds more positions than ever, his power must be increasing. But Chinese politics doesn't work like that. Titles do not necessarily mean security. Sometimes a politician accumulates offices because he's rising, but sometimes he accumulates titles because there's nobody else left whom the leader fully trusts. So Cai Qi may be the ultimate placeholder within Xi Jinping's system. Why is Cai's situation far more fragile than it appears? Well, Chen Xi's downfall reminds us of an important lesson. Proximity to power is not the same thing as protection. Right? In CCP politics, the people standing closest to the leader are often the first to fall when political winds begin to shift. And if Chen Xi represented the first major blow against Xi Jinping's network, then the next question naturally becomes, who's next? And that brings us to the third musketeer, Minister of Public Security, Wang Xiaohong. Now, rumors about his downfall has been circulating for months, for even a year. Rumors about his health crisis, from cancer to, rumors about his health issues have been circulating as well. Now, 2 days ago, on the 18th, Chinese state media reported that Minister Wang spent 2 days, the 17th and the 18th, to conduct an inspection tour in Hebei province. What immediately caught people's attention was not where he went. It was how he was identified. In the short report, Wang was described as a member of the Secretariat and a state councillor. Missing was the title everyone associates him with, and arguably the one carrying the most real power, Minister of Public Security. Adding to the report, Wang visited Xiong'an, the new capital, and also Shijiazhuang. He toured companies, industrial parks, and local government units, learning about technological innovation, industrial development, urban renewal, and economic planning. He emphasized studying Xi Jinping thought on the economy, implementing decisions from the party's Central Committee and State Council. In other words, Wang was still publicly displaying loyalty to Xi Jinping. He was still endorsing Xi Jinping's signature Xiong'an project. But what stands out is the focus of the trip itself. Throughout the report, the minister spent far more time discussing economic development, industrial policy, urban construction than public security. The visit to local police station was mentioned almost as an afterthought. And that raises an obvious question. Why is China's top police chief spending so much time inspecting economic projects? And this is not a new pattern. Back in November 2025, state media reported that Wang conducted an inspection tour in Shanxi and Ningxia. Once again, during that tour, he was identified only as a member of the Secretariat and a state councillor. Once again, the title of Minister of Public Security was absent. And once again, the focus was not policing. And I remember a few months earlier than that, back in the summer of last year, the same thing happened. He went on a tour to visit some provinces to talk about the economy. So these are not normally the priorities associated with China's top law enforcement official. I mean, given the amount of protests breaking out in China, given out the public security challenges that the regime faces, why is the head of public security going on national tours talking about everything else except national security? Meanwhile, his title as the Minister of Public Security is not mentioned in press statements. At the same time, personnel changes inside his ministry have drawn increasing attention. So between 2024 and early 2026, so I should say since the time of the CCP's third plenum, several deputy ministers widely viewed as close to either Xi Jinping or Wang Xiaohong were removed. Their replacements have not generally been regarded as core members of the Xi faction. Today, only Executive Vice Minister Qi Yanjun is commonly viewed as a close ally of Wang Xiaohong. So he lost, I think he has 5 or 6 deputy ministers. They're all removed. They're all removed and replaced by people who are not associated with the Xi Jinping faction, except one. So taking all of that together, these developments have led some people to argue that Wang Xiaohong's influence within the security apparatus may have been gradually reduced. Why does he increasingly appear in roles unrelated to policing? Why does the title of Public Security Minister appear less prominently in official coverage? Of course, none of this proves that the minister is about to leave office, but it does contribute to a pattern that many political observers have been watching. If Chen Xi, let me go back to the Three Musketeers. Where are the Three Musketeers? Here we go. So if Chen represented Xi Jinping's chief strategist, because people say the three Musketeers have different roles. Cai Ji and Wang Xiaohong are the hands, Xi Jinping's hands, while Chen Xi represented Xi Jinping's brain. So Chen Xi represented Xi Jinping's chief strategist, and Cai Qi represented Xi Jinping's chief political operator, and Wang Xiaohong represented Xi Jinping's security pillar. Cai Qi and Wang Xiaohong are the doers, while Chen Xi is the brain. So for years, these 3 men formed the civilian backbone of Xi Jinping's rule. Now all 3 are attracting unusual attention. One has already been pushed aside. Questions are increasingly being raised about Cai Qi's future and Wang Xiaohong's public role. All 3 men share one important characteristic, though. None of them was ever an independent power center. They had no powerful family network, no military faction, or no military affiliation, no princely pedigree capable of protecting them. They all came from ordinary family. Their greatest political asset is their relationship with Xi Jinping. Their political fortunes rose alongside Xi Jinping's rise, and that is precisely why their situations matter. In CCP's elite politics, a leader's real power is often reviewed not through official announcements or state media, but through the fate of the people around him. When military allies begin disappearing, people watch the military. Now, when a leader's closest civilian allies begin falling, observers start watching the political center itself. So, regarding Xi Jinping's 3 musketeers, one has already fallen, the other 2 may be under pressure. And the real question is no longer what is happening to the other 2. The real question is, or what will happen to the other 2? The real question is, if someone like Chen Xi can fall, how many truly untouchable political assets does Xi Jinping still have left? And if Xi Jinping can no longer trust the college roommate who stood beside him for almost 15 years, what does that tell us about the state of trust inside Xi Jinping's inner circle? So the real story is that cracks are appearing within the leader's own power structure. And we could safely draw this conclusion, if nothing else. All right, so that's my update for you on Zhang Youxia. Someone asked me if Zhang Youxia is still alive. Nobody knows officially, but there have been so many rumors circulating about the alleged corruption tied to Zhang Youxia, and the amount of embezzled money was 1.7 billion yuan, something, 1.7 billion. And you know that number is interesting because Xi Jinping had made a rule. If any official who is involved in corruption, if the amount of corruption or if the amount of embezzlement or whatever you call that exceeds 1 billion yuan, then they should be served with death sentence. So now you hear all these rumors about Zhang Youxia embezzling 1.7 billion yuan. It's almost as if someone is spreading the rumors to pave the way to justify General Zhang Youxia's upcoming death sentence. And with that said, but we know that there's no way that CCP would execute one of its own, because Zhang Youxia is a red princeling. I mean, he's a high-ranking princeling in the CCP's own red aristocracy hierarchy. He's only one of the two father-son pair, the pair of father and son who served as CCP's full general. So, and his father used to be Mao's head of security during the revolution. So there's no way, no matter how much money General Zhang embezzled, there's no way that the regime will give him a death sentence, except that he has already died. Then they, to justify their action, they could retroactively, put all kind of accusations on him and to justify the death sentence. So yeah, all that rumors about the amount of money that he was involved in and the upcoming trial or the decision, I think is all just smoke screens to pave the way for the justification. But whether or not that will happen, we don't know. I don't think because General Zhang is not someone known to love money. If he has one hobby, I heard, is collection of weapons. He allegedly has an amazing collection of weapons. That's his hobby because he's a commander. He loves weapons, so he collects weapons. But he's not known. And at one point, someone said that at the Politburo meeting, he's told everyone else. He said, look, all of you have family members who live in the West, who have studied in the West, who live in the West. I have none. All my children have never studied in the West. They're all here. They're all in China. He's like, I'm the least guilty of being, how to say, I have the least probability of being compromised, or my family has the least probability of being compromised, because we've never gone to the West. So I think that rumor about 1.7 billion yuan that he's associated with is just rumor. Yeah, it's not real. Anyway, okay, so we released a video in Lei's Looking Glass tonight about China's relationship with Iran. It's actually striking similarities between Iran and China. It was actually part one of the video of the series. I wanted to make one video, and because of the amount of information, I decided to make two. So this is part one, and part two will come out next week. Yeah, it's one of the most difficult videos I've ever made, but it took us the longest to research. But I think it came out well. I really enjoyed watching that video, especially the second half. All right, let's see. And also next Saturday, I will be in Toronto. I'll be in Toronto. Maybe I'll be doing the live from Toronto. So stay tuned. Anyone coming to the Four Seasons Center? Yeah? All right. Okay, I'm looking forward to my trip. Toronto has some of the best Chinese restaurants in the area. Yeah, Vancouver and Toronto. Seattle also has some great Chinese restaurants. Yeah, I actually found some amazing Chinese restaurants in the suburb of Seattle. Yeah, better than the ones in New York. They're all better than New York. All right, okay, let's stop talking about food. All right, let me first acknowledge the super sticker givers. I saw some flew by. Sono, Son of the Hut. Sounds like Chen Xi was the piglet to Xi's pool. Piglet to Xi's pool. Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, after I told you who he who he was or how the two have known each other for over 50 years, then you would understand why his stepping down, his sudden removal is not a small event. So YouTube won't let anyone post external links, not just you. Yeah, I don't know what happened to YouTube now. Maybe it just suddenly decides that people are not interested in China-related topics. So all of a sudden, I'm not getting as many views as before. Lana Lombardo, like question: does anyone in their right mind really believe that Xi Jinping removed Chen Xi? There are still people. I mean, I understand your question. I agree with you. I mean, how could he, right? I mean, I don't think he removed Chen Xi. There's no need. It's more harmful than anything. He should have just, even if he doesn't like the guy, he could wait until next year to remove him officially. But there are still many top China experts, I mean Chinese, and the people who I truly respect, who still believe that all of the purges that we've seen came from Xi Jinping. So my argument to them is, well, if that's the case, then there's only one conclusion we can make, that Xi Jinping has gone mad. Because if he has taken down everyone, then the guy has lost his mind. Then it really doesn't matter what he does or doesn't do. Your family is in our prayers. Well, thank you very much. Yeah. The last week or so is difficult. It's very difficult on me. I spent almost 2 days in the hospital. Taking care of aging parents are not an easy task, but things are getting better. So, well, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Someone says, it's hard to find good info about China on YouTube. They has won me over after watching a few videos. I like the long form discussion. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. I try to gather relevant information to offer you in-depth analysis rather than just superficially telling you, all these random things that are happening. There's so many things happening in China, but some are random, and I'm trying to make sense out of these random developments. All right, let's see. Netflix forum, Lei, your last live was interesting, but didn't surprise me. Out of touch oligarchies always act like this. My last live was interesting, but didn't surprise you. All right, well, that was the one on Tuesday? Yeah, it was. Someone said that every country has that problem, more or less, and I agree. But only in China, ordinary citizens would be treated like slaves. They're not even second-class citizens. They're like slaves. So that was an extreme. In China, it's an extreme example. But I think Tuesday's live stream was very interesting. If you follow China news, if you want to understand China, you ought to watch that one if you haven't. Have I done a highlight? I haven't even done a highlight. All right. Someone said, this smells like maybe Cai Ji will be thrown under the bus as a scapegoat for the scam call centers giving money are all in Cambodia. Wang Xiaohong and Cai Ji, their families are definitely involved in the scam parks in Southeast Asia, in Cambodia and Myanmar and Thailand as well, right? So, and this is not good. This is not good. Their opponents can use that to take them down. All right. Someone say, his downfall rumor going on for 2 years. I never took it seriously. Well, that's because if you focus on the results, then of course you're disappointed. I never focus on the results. It doesn't matter whether he falls down or not. Maybe the lack of Xi Jinping. I mean, Xi Jinping is doing great. He's taking the CCP down from the inside. So why do we take him down, right? Because if we have someone who's smarter than him, who's more conniving, who's more deceitful than him, is someone like Deng Xiaoping, right? Who deceived the West. We're not better off. So I don't think it's important. I do not think the results are important. What's important is we read the signals accurately and learn how CCP functions and thinks along the way. Yeah. Results are not, it's always the process, not the results. All right. Someone said, thank you. Oh, thank you. All right. Oh, here's a question from Jack Jensen. Lei, would the crime of money laundering be considered a crime in any Western country, but simply moving one's money to another country? Would the crime of money laundering be considered a crime in any Western country, but simply moving one's money to another country? By Western standard, most Chinese have committed crime of money laundering because their government do not allow them to move money freely across the border. It is their money, but their government does not allow them to move their money. Therefore, they have to engage in some kind of illicit operation to move their money across the border. So should Western countries accuse them of being all fraudulent? I don't think so, because because the CCP doesn't allow them to move their own money. So you can't apply Western standard to look at ordinary Chinese citizens that way. However, the CCP elites have moved mass amount of money across the border, and they're the ones who have been involved in criminal activities, such as these scam parks in Southeast Asia. They're the real criminals. But you can't hold ordinary Chinese citizens accountable for their illicit transfer of money overseas. All right. Yeah, Nicole just copied the Looking Glass video here. George Washington, 1776. Lei, I hope you can talk more about what is going on in Canada with Shen Yun and some permanent cancellation. Heard on Made Us Torch Canada, this has become an issue. Would it spread to other things? The cancellation of Shen Yun has been performing or had been performing at the Canada's National Arts Centre in Ottawa for like 2 decades. But this year, they canceled it. But Ottawa, the NAC is a state apparatus, right? It's part of the state-owned venue. It's not a private venue. So I did a program. I talked about it last Saturday. The people sitting on the board, the chairman of that board has businesses, has close relations with China. And then the vice chairman of the board has similar background. So here we have, and then the Toronto, the Four Seasons Center, its law firm, I heard, has also represents major Chinese SOEs in Canada. I think that's the case. So you have CCP has. This is the perfect, I think, if you watch my live stream from last Saturday, these cases in Canada should alarm the entire Western world, because it's the perfect example to show you that when you do business with China, with the communist China, they come to our society, right? They hire our law firms. They build relations with our key opinion leader, KOLs. And because of their business interests, these people will not speak up for Canada's interest. These KOLs will speak up for the CCP because of their business transactions or interests, and that's a national security threat. You know, legally, nobody did anything wrong. You can't accuse these people of being involved in illicit operations. It's just relation building, right? It's normal business. But over time, more and more Canadians will speak out for the CCP instead of native Canadians because of business interest. Because they cannot turn down, they cannot refuse business opportunities coming from a foreign government when the foreign government can devote national resources to win you over. It's not normal business transactions. It's undercover influence operations. So that's the perfect example. And the other example is you have some Chinese operator hiding in China using Gmail, sending fake bomb threats all over the world to shut down legitimate performances, right? Shen Yun is an American entity, and they're performing in Canada or in the US. It has nothing to do with the CCP, but someone from inside China can send a Gmail to the theaters here or anywhere around the world, threaten them with a fake bomb threat, and therefore shut down the performance. And our country, our governments, our hands are tied. We do not have effective tools to protect us, right? To protect American interest or Canadian interest. So it's an uneven war. It's unrestricted warfare. It only took CCP one email. It cost them nothing, right? It cost them a matter of a few minutes for someone sitting in Beijing and a state security employee sitting in his office or her office in Beijing, sending a fake email to the theater around the world, threatening with fake bomb threat. And then we here have to go through all the procedure. You have to shut down the theater, go through all the safety, all the testing, and then reopen the theater. In some cases, they have to cancel the performance. So what are we going to do? So if our leaders still have not awakened to the threat of this nefarious regime, then we're going to lose this war, because it's an uneven war. And this is precisely the point that Xi Jinping made when he said that he has an institutional advantage. Most Westerners laugh at him when Xi Jinping said, "I have an institutional advantage over democracy." Most people laugh at him, but these are perfect examples to show he has an institutional advantage to do sabotages, to destroy things, to harm people. He does not have an institutional advantage to make things happen, to build economy, to build confidence. So that's the point. And I think a lot of the Western governments are still, ignoring the threat or the issue here. But thank you very much for bringing that up. Someone said, Lei, congratulations on yet another fabulous top. Yeah, I love this top. I want to cheer myself up after a gloomy week. So I wore this new top. All right. Let's see. Here's a question from Young Gaudi. Lei, will you cover the CCP in California? My home state is California. Am I gonna start covering CCP in all 50 states of the US and all the countries around the world? I actually started doing something like that, but I only have 2 hands. We need a bigger team to do that. And I don't know if I have audiences for a program on California. Someone says, Waterman, Lei, it is so important to be with your loved ones in hospital to oversee their care. Blessing to you and your family. Thank you so much. Yeah. The 2 days I spent in the hospital was actually very a good time for us to bond. We actually have the time to talk, and things didn't turn out to be as bad as they can be. So I'm very happy. Someone said, Lei is a sweetie. I enjoy your channel. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy that you find it that way. Okay, here's a question. Kiko Prantit. Is there an escalation of operations against Xi now summit with Trump is over without significant benefits for China? Wasn't the summit supposed to help Xi standing in CCP? I feel like there's definitely a change in momentum in the political struggles after the summit with Trump. I think his opponents are really going full speed ahead in pushing their agenda, in preparing for the 21st Party Congress. But I think I could feel that a lot of things were put on hold before the Trump-Xi summit, because after all, they don't want to, they still want to protect Xi Jinping's image as the head of the state. But after that, all these developments that I gave you, took place after the Trump summit. So yeah, and I think it's accelerating. All right, and Fury Boss. Canada will be a national security risk for the U.S. and will guarantee U.S. requiring Canadians to apply for U.S. visas to visit U.S. That would be sad, but let's hope it doesn't happen that way. I think the Canadians are too nice. They're just very, very nice people. Anyway. Someone said, the seal Gan. Lei, why don't you answer my questions about why Chinese companies are allowed to come to America and break our laws? Good question. I guess the answer is this is a democracy, a free market. Anyone can come here and do business. And our government hasn't really passed any legislature that bans Chinese companies, that bans Chinese from coming here to do business. So, yeah. And it would be very difficult for them to pass such legislature because it could be perceived, because, you know, in a free market, it's very difficult. You can't really do that. So, but that's a good question. Okay, shall we end it here? Let's see. Canada, okay, someone say. Yeah, okay, people are talking about Canada. All right, should we play a song before we end tonight's program? I want to play that, let's play a song. Let me play that Tibetan song. It's one of my favorite. The song that I wrote for the 6th Dalai Lama. And I just love that song. So let's play it. How about that? It's called, where is it? What is it called? Oh, here we go. Can you see? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is the name of the song. Okay, let's play this.
Wind over the snow mountains, carry my prayer tonight. Across the turning wheel of lifetimes, lead my restless heart to the light. If love is written in karma, let it rise and let it cease. If faith is tested through trials, the sacred lotus blooms from my deepest wounds. Don't fear the shadow beside you, it only means the sun is near. Across 1,000 turning lifetimes, the first vow still lives here. Lead my restless heart to the light. Lead my restless heart to the light. Through the longest road of endless night, lead my restless heart to the light. 1,000 years of wandering, all for a dawn that breaks in seconds. Don't count the times you have fallen, only the moment your heart awakens. You were a king once trapped in love, chained by the burden of history. Now a traveler awakening in exile, returning not for revenge, but to forgive. Snow mountains whisper ancient stories of vows unfinished long ago. Some souls come to repay their kindness, some arrive to settle what we owe. When the final bell of fate is ringing and the last prayer fades away, will we meet beyond the river or be reborn another day? Don't fear the shadow
right. How do you like that? Someone suggested that I write a song every week. I'd love to do it. Someone said, Lei is dancing. Yes, I want to dance, but all right. A song every week. Well, Chris will be busy because I mean we could write the song, but there would be no video, and but we want to present it visually. So we'll see. We love writing songs. So we'll see. Maybe more. Maybe we'll write a song for next week. All right. Okay, that's all for tonight. I'll see you next week. And next Saturday maybe we'll do this, Saturday night in Toronto. See you then. Bye. Hello, everyone. Hi. Thank you for waiting. I start today's program a little late as I need to make sure all my numbers add up. All right, let's continue to talk about China's economy. Last week, I made a simple point. I said it's becoming harder to measure how bad things really are. That discussion was mostly qualitative. I focused on policy, what Beijing is doing, and how the system is reacting last week. But afterward, I wasn't satisfied. I felt something was missing because when a problem becomes harder to measure, it usually means one thing: the situation is getting worse. So tonight, I want to take this one step further, not just describe the problem, but try to put numbers behind it and really offer you some insight into the institutional failure in China's economy. And so, so stay with me. The second
slowly drifting on like the whistle of a train just before the dawn. Every road I take, every mile I lose still leads me back to these lonely blues. Rain keeps falling on the Mississippi road. Old guitar singing like a weary soul. Smoke from my cigarette fades into the night, while neon shadows dance beneath the pale light. Cheap whiskey burning slowly in my chest, trying to calm a heart that never rests. Every passing train sounds lonely and low, like memories from a life long ago. These midnight river blues keep pulling me down.
Here in the heart of Osaka, in the bustling Umeda district, stand two striking towers of glass and steel. Together, they form the Umeda Sky Building. Completed in 1993, it's the world's first connected skyscraper. But this was never meant to be just a pair. The original plans called for 4 towers. Then, the money ran out. Where a third tower was meant to rise, a vegetable garden now stands. A fourth was planned just beyond it, but was never built. The unfinished vision of the Umeda Sky Building mirrors Japan's own story, born of the economic boom and stalled by the bust.
We have to go back to the late 1980s. The economy was booming, equity prices, land prices were soaring, and so the government wanted to burst the bubble. Land and equity prices collapsed, and the economy also collapsed.
Since the early 1990s, Japan's economy has stalled.
Overall, Japanese economy was quite weak domestic demand.
But recently, there have been signs of revival. In February, the Nikkei broke 57,000 for the first time ever. The catalyst? New leadership. The day before, Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi and the ruling Liberal Democratic Party won the general election in a landslide.
やっぱりより良い日本を作っていってくれるんだろうという国民の期待が大きいとは思います。
そうですね。今までの総理で一番私は個人的には期待値は高い。
Is Japan finally headed for an economic turnaround? Or will the signs of life sputter out? In fall 2024, IT professional Sato Takahide returned to Japan. He had spent over 8 years studying and working abroad. One of the first things he noticed on his return, how much prices had risen in his absence.
最初は卵例えば190円、200円切るかなくらい。今は250円台ですかね。50円、60円とか。ブロッコリーは最初60円、70円とか。今は100円前後ぐらいだと思います。
Of course, this is inflation. But in Japan, inflation of any kind has been unusual. You see, for about 3 decades, prices in Japan barely rose.
I think we have to go back to the late 1980s. At that time, Japan was a bubble economy. The economy was booming, equity prices, land prices were soaring, and things were getting a little bit out of control, so the government felt that it's time to bring them down. And so they tightened monetary policy, and they restricted real estate lending and so forth. And these various policies were very successful, in fact, maybe too successful, and they led to a collapse of the bubble, and land and equity prices collapsed, and the economy also collapsed.
Japan's economy and stock market surged through the 80s until December 1989. Then, Japan's massive asset bubble popped. And by 1992, the Nikkei had lost more than 60% of its value. Households and firms pivoted from spending to debt repayment, even with interest rates at near zero.
This basically led to this 30-year recession in Japan. And because it was a recession, people's incomes were stagnant. People didn't have money to spend.
For about 30 years, the country was stuck in a deflationary cycle. This period came to be known as Japan's lost decades. For economists, some level of inflation is a good thing. It can reflect steady demand for goods and services, often a result of rising employment or wages. Deflation, on the other hand, can be a signal of economic stagnation.
Because people didn't have money to spend, there was not enough aggregate demand. And if there isn't enough demand, then prices will generally fall.
Throughout the lost decades, roughly spanning 1991 to 2021, Japan's GDP grew by about 1% each year, with some years of negative growth. But in 2022, inflation returned to the world's 4th largest economy, surpassing the Bank of Japan's 2% target. Was this a sign of an economic turnaround?
It all depends on what's happening on the other side of the ledger, namely incomes and wages. Even if prices are going up 10% a year, if people's wages are going up 20% a year, then there's nothing to worry about.
There are other signals that Japan might be emerging out of its lost decades. The country saw 6 consecutive quarters of growth, ending in Q2 of 2025. This is the longest consecutive streak of expansion since the COVID-19 pandemic. GDP growth for 2026 is projected to be about 0.5%. The Nikkei also reached an all-time high at the start of 2026 and has continued its record-breaking run.
Mr. Takaichi became prime minister in October last year. Around that time, the Japanese economy was still in the process of continuing the very moderate economic growth. And real GDP level just recovered the pre-COVID-19 pandemic's level. But overall, Japanese economy was quite weak domestic demand.
So I can't really say the Japanese economy is booming, but it's not really collapsing either.
There's a reason for this caution. To determine if the inflation figures point to economic revitalization, we must look more closely at the details. In Japan's case, rising prices are not wholly caused by increased consumer demand.
4 years ago, in 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. Since Ukraine is a major producer of grain, the war disrupted the production and export of grain from Ukraine, and this led to increase in grain prices throughout the world. And at the same time, foreign countries imposed various sanctions on Russia, one of which was on the export of oil and gas. And this led to a sharp increase in oil and gas prices around the world. And this also had a ripple effect on other prices and led to, overall increase in overall prices.
At the same time, the low interest rate environment meant to spur borrowing and growth has led to a depreciation of the yen.
And that has led to a sharp increase in import prices. And that has had a ripple effect on the economy, causing all prices to increase in Japan.
People suffered from high imported prices. Their purchasing power was deteriorating.
The current inflationary cycle has hit some Japanese consumers and businesses hard.
今日は久しぶりに私がお店をやっていた場所に行きました。懐かしいです。なんか毎日通ってた時のことを思い出しながら見てます。
U.S Sawada used to run a cafe here, selling candy apples, light snacks, and hot meals.
一応今シャッターは閉まってるんですけど、上げると始めたのは2024年の8月オープン。オープンした時はお米が5キロに1キュッパとか一定で、なので2025年10月1年経ってもうそれこそもう令和の米騒動が年末にあって、でお米売り出したと思ったらもう倍額とかもう本当に3倍とか砂糖の方が上がってて、オープンした時は本当に1袋100に安くて110円とか105円とかだったんですけど、今はもう普通に200円オーバーするので1キロで。
Sawada tried to cut costs, using cheaper ingredients, shortening her business hours. In the end, she had no choice but to raise prices.
一番メジャーで言うと、リンゴ飴なんですけど、オープンの時は490円で販売してたものを、最終的には530円に値上げをしたんですけど、やっぱり学生が女子高生たちが490円じゃなかったの500円で買えないの、もうそこレジの前に立っちゃってるんで買ってるんですけど、その後来たかっていうと来てないかもしれないですね。はい、やっぱり値上げせんかったらよかったかなってちょっと思いました。はい。
Accounting for inflation, real wages in Japan fell for the fourth year in a row last year. Consequently, unions pushed for higher pay. So, in October last year, Japan implemented a major minimum wage increase. From 1,055 yen to between 1,118 and 1,120 yen, this bump of roughly 6% was the largest on record. But for business owners like Sawada, this was another headache.
価格も上がって原価率も上がってるのに人件費も上がるんかっていうのでちょっと悩みました。そのシフトを削るっていうのはできるだけしたくなかったんですけど、でもやっぱり続けていく以上苦渋の決断でした。
Earlier this year, unable to keep up with operating costs, Sawada turned her business into a pop-up. Going mobile, cut her rent. As for Takahide, the cost of living he found on his return forced him to manage his expectations.
とりあえず生活費を抑えて、極限まで抑えて、車は持たないし、高価なものは何も買わないし、そういう生活になるなというのは分かってました。
One important ingredient in any economic revival is sentiment. When people and businesses feel optimistic, they're more likely to spend and invest. In Japan, however, confidence remains subdued. A government survey found that financial insecurity is the top concern among citizens, with over 6 in 10 people worried about their economic stability and future prospects. But are we starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel? Initially, when IT professional Sato Takahide returned to Japan, He had dreams of striking out on his own.
こういろいろ旅をしている中で、いろんな人に出会ったんですけども、そのビジネスを0から1に立ち上げる、大きくしていくっていう人を見ていく中で、周りとのそのすごい強い、絆というか、そういうのを構築する必要があるなというふうに感じました。日本が一番やりやすいし、そうしたいというふうに思ってで帰ってきました。
But his parents had different ideas.
と周りの状況とか、結婚して家庭がいる、企業の中では上の方になっていくということで。
Japan has one of the world's lowest unemployment rates. For every 100 people, only 2 or 3 are unemployed. But this demand for labor is not reflected in their wages.
Usually, there's this inverse relationship between unemployment and wages. If there's a labor shortage and unemployment is low, wages will tend to increase. But in the case of Japan, we have a very strange situation in which you have very low unemployment, but also low wages. It's very somewhat counterintuitive.
Like with inflation, Japan's employment picture is unusual. Among Japan's more than 58 million company employees, nearly 4 in 10 are irregularly employed, meaning they're not permanent, full-time staff. Instead, they're freelancers or on short-term contracts.
In Japan, traditionally workers have permanent tenure. They cannot be fired until they reach retirement age. So permanent workers are a fixed cost to the company. Temporary workers, they have one-year contracts usually, so it's easier to release them when the need arises.
After 3 fruitless months trying to build his business, Takahide reluctantly began job hunting at his parents' urging. But landing a full-time role proved elusive.
全然決まらなかったですね。オファーはなかったですね。予想では、日本での就労経験がない、ゼロだということ、あと35歳でしたかね、その時就職活動してた時の時点で、大体日本人だったら、なんか管理マネージャー的な管理職についてるとか、あとは、アメリカで、いただいていた給料の水準でちょっと、その給与をいただきたいというふうに言ってしまったので、そこで無理だなというふうに判断されたのかもしれません。
Since 1990, average real wages in Japan have remained almost flat. In contrast, real wages in the U.S. are now about 1.5 times higher than they were 3 decades ago. Today, the average Japanese income is lower than in most advanced Western economies and slightly below that of neighboring South Korea. In part, the suppression of wages is a reflection of business outlook.
During the last 2 or 3 decades, the economy has been relatively stagnant. So companies have very often had to scale down. So they feel a greater need to reduce their fixed costs, reduce their labor costs. I think that's what led to this increase in the share of temporary or low-wage workers.
This has been Takahide's experience. Currently, he works odd jobs in the IT industry.
まず、なんていうんですかね、ビジネス関係の、集まりに参加していって、で人と会うっていうことで自分で紹介してこんなことできます言ったところからだんだん、じゃあそれ、作ってくれないっていう人が一人いて、でそれで去年、の終わり頃に一つ納入することができてたんですけども、そうですね、3、4、5年、少なく見積もってですね、そのくらいはいけると思っていますが、それでいいとは思ってなくて、なるべく早い段階で、お金を得て収入を得てで大きくしていきたいっていうのはあります。できればいい給与で働きたいですし、自分も最大限出してそれが認められる職場に行きたいと思ったので。
The problem is that people's incomes have been stagnant. They just don't have money to spend. Even though companies have been, making lots of profits, they've been retaining most of that money inside the firm and not paying it out as wages. So workers have been hurt by this.
If wages do not keep up with inflation, then people are more likely to tighten their belts. Here, in Sakura no Miya Park, the cherry blossoms are in full bloom. Nearby, 46-year-old Kentaro Kugo runs a patisserie. His stall once catered to locals. But 2 years ago, rising costs forced him to increase prices of his menu items by 10%. Today, his business relies mainly on tourists.
まあでも、ケーキが嗜好品なんで、一番真っ先にお客さんは抑えるべきところだと思うので、それは仕方ないなっていう感じですね。もともとホールケーキで買われてたのが人数分の小さいカットケーキを買われるっていう風な感じに流れになってますね。
経済成長全然して、いないですし、消費税は上がっているし、社会保険料も上がったのかな。で、給与は増えてない。物価は上がっている。そこが違うところですね。知人にプログラミングを教えています。で、それが毎月入っています。で、生活費には足りないので、貯金を崩して生活しています。一番不安に思っているのは、このままの生活が続くこと。
But there are signs of change. Last year brought the strongest nominal wage increase in decades. Exports have also picked up, with growth recorded for 7 consecutive months as of April. Some attribute these bright spots to new leadership. Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi and her ruling Liberal Democratic Party secured a landslide victory in the February general election. They captured 316 seats in the 465-seat House of Representatives. The election revealed the strong support Takaichi enjoys among young people. A Yomiuri survey found that 4 in 10 of Takaichi's youth supporters backed her as they were expecting results from her policies.
なんかスーツの色とか結構なんか指摘されてましたけど、なんか青いスーツばかり着るなみたいな。でも私は別に、ね、それでなんか高市さんはそれをあまりお金かけたくないのよみたいな、なんかそこにちょっとなんか庶民寄りのなんか金銭感覚があるんだなっていうのがすごいなんか親近感湧いて、総理になったことがめちゃくちゃ嬉しい、個人的にはとても嬉しいし、友達とも結構話題になるんですけど、でも高市さんでもうこれ乗り換えられへんかったらどの人が総理やっても無理やろなっていうなんか話題には出ます。
What are the new administration's policies, and can they unlock Japan's economic revival? October 21st, 2025, a historic day for Japan. Sanae Takaichi became the country's first female prime minister. Her rise to power followed the resignation of her predecessor, Shigeru Ishiba. Upon taking office, she placed the economy high on her agenda.
初閣議におきまして経済対策の策定を指示いたします。国民の皆様が直面している物価高への対策をしっかりと講じていく。
One of her first moves, a stimulus package to promote growth and ease the cost of living. Part of it gave relief to households, including a 7,000 yen subsidy for electricity and gas, and a one-off cash support of 20,000 yen per child.
まずは物価高対策を何とかしますっておっしゃったのが一番、そこはやっぱり個人的に一番打撃を受けててちょっと不安な部分なので。
From last year's supplementary budget, she abolished some part of a gasoline tax, and then also she provided some temporary subsidy for the electricity. And this year, she started some tax credit for the personal income tax, so people's tax payment will be less, right? So during the election campaign in January, she said she will introduce 0% food-related consumption tax. So right now, we pay 8% for the food. So she said she will increase the disposable income.
In November, the Takaichi administration also moved to abolish Japan's provisional gas tax. Introduced in 1974, it added about 25 yen per litre to fuel prices at the pump. The move was supposed to curb inflation. 38-year-old food truck operator Keisuke Yasuda welcomed the measure.
1週間でだいたい20キロから30キロ走って、で減税前の1ヶ月の料金が2万から3万円程度で、減税後の金額的には1万円から1万5千円になっていると思います。 やはり経費として削減ができるので一番ありがたいことだと思います。キッチンカーにとって。
In all, the stimulus package amounted to over 20 trillion yen, approximately 130 billion US dollars. These moves are meant to create what Takaichi calls a high-pressure economy.
High-pressure economy, my understanding, is basically to more fiscal expansionary policy to increase the aggregate demand. So not only for the consumers, disposable income, but try to spend more money for research and development and support more corporate sector's capital spending so that company increase their earning capacity.
There's another part to Takaichi's economic plan, boosting state-led investments in 17 strategic sectors, from AI and semiconductors to shipbuilding and food technology. In a written reply to Insight, the government says these sectors were chosen for their potential to address global challenges, drive economic growth domestically and internationally, and strengthen Japan's standing through innovation. Here at this asphalt plant in central Japan, a backhoe is working, but there's no operator in the vehicle. It's being controlled from elsewhere.
実際のバックホーンに乗らずにここのオフィスでパソコンのモニターとジョイスティックを使ってバックホーンの操作をしております。この県機の遠隔操縦システムっていうのは人不足であったり少子化っていう問題の解決の一助になると思ってますし、それと同時に何かハンディを持って現場に行けないようなそういった制限がある方であったり、子育て世代時間に制約がある方っていうところの労力の開拓っていうのもできると思ってます。
ORAM is also working to retrofit their robotics on existing machinery. Company chief Yuri Nomura sees many uses for her company's technology.
でそういった災害復旧現場においてなかなかやはり人が立ち入れない場所がありますので、そういったところで建設機械だけを入れて現場はもうちょっと離れた安全な場所を確保してそこから災害復旧の現場作業を行うということをしております。
ORAM could benefit from the government's plans. Robotics and physical AI systems are among the 17 industries targeted for investment. Japan aims to capture 30% of the global AI robotics market.
うちとしてもスタートアップってなかなか目先の売り上げも追わないといけない。ただそればかり知っていると腰を据えての開発っていうのがなかなかできない状況なので、そういったところでそういった国からの補助をいただけると、安心して開発に取り組めるっていうところが非常に助かっております。
I think she put a bit more emphasis on defense industry. For example, recently she's talking about exporting military equipment. She wants to foster the defense industry, also like semiconductor and all related, so AI, etc.
In the first 2 months of this year, Japan received just over $7 billion in foreign direct investments.
After Takaichi became prime minister, then stock prices started to go up and go up and go up. Amazing, right? Above 50,000. So that is a sort of what we call Takaichi put. So which means foreign investors' expectation that Takaichi-san will do a lot of things to strengthen Japanese economies. Japan attracted TSMC, and the TSMC in Kumamoto is going to produce advanced chips. Also, like Rapidas in Hokkaido, they also produce advanced chips.
Will Takaichi's measures work as advertised? Takaichi's strategy will pump more liquidity in the market, more money circulating in the economy, more downward pressure on the yen. On one hand, a weak yen makes Japanese goods and services cheaper, driving exports. On the other, it risks domestic inflation, which can curtail demand. Reports from this year indicate that household spending has declined. It's Golden Week in Japan, a major holiday season, in a period of domestic travel and celebration. Yet in one survey, 1/3 of respondents say they intend to stay home. On average, respondents say they're budgeting to spend less during the holidays than in previous years.
There was a slight blip in consumption in November just after she took office, but after that consumption has been quite stagnant and unstable. So at the moment there isn't any strong indication that her policies have been enormously successful, but I think it's a little bit too early to tell. We have to give her a chance for her policies to be implemented and to have an effect on the economy.
Takaichi-san wants to replicate Abenomics, so she wants to maintain accommodating monetary policy, expansionary fiscal policy, and try to strengthen Japanese economy. So she's actually promising many things, including support for the general public.
But Japan's new prime minister may have a key advantage. The LDP's strong showing at the February lower house election gave the party a supermajority. Although her approval rating has eased from its peak, it still ranges between 53 and 70% in recent polls. This makes the Prime Minister comparatively more popular than recent incumbents.
She now has a dominant majority in the lower house, so I think she can get policies passed quite easily, and she may be successful in implementing many of the policies that she's trying to implement.
When she was elected as the first female prime minister, it gave a lot of hope, especially young female people. But I think what matters, credibility of leadership, the impact of this female leadership will be put into test in the second half of this year. So we have to see how she will come up with this detailed policy, how clearly she will communicate with people.
But Takaichi's plans and any hope of Japan's economic revival are now running up against some very real challenges. On December 31st, 2025, Japan lifted its 50-year provisional tax on gasoline. Drivers rejoiced. Then, just over 8 weeks later,
well, tensions in the Middle East continue to escalate. U.S. President Donald Trump now saying Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has been killed in joint airstrikes with Israel.
Just as Japan is seeing signs of economic revival, it's already facing both external and internal pressures. The ongoing conflict in the Middle East is especially challenging. Japan gets about 90% of its oil shipments via the Strait of Hormuz. By March, the country's fuel prices hit record highs. For food truck operator Yasuda, the relief from the abolished tax was short-lived.
実際恩恵を受けたっていう期間は多分1ヶ月から2ヶ月だったと思います、実際のところ。と上がった時は20円から最大20円から30円1リッターあたり上がっているんで、そこはめちゃめちゃ大きかったと思います。
Japan's government was forced to reinstate subsidies to cap gasoline prices at around 170 yen per litre.
理由的には、原油の確保ができたからとは聞いてるんですけど、備蓄の原油の備蓄を今使っている状態なのか。
This will lead to the higher food price again. So this will be a very tough for government administration because public already suffering for this cost-push inflation for 4 years. This time, not only just the food higher prices, but there are some shortage in fuel. Right? I think maybe people start to call for more support for the general public.
Other external challenges include Japan's relations with China and the U.S. With China, those ties are at a low point. Last November, Prime Minister Takaichi implied that a Chinese attack on Taiwan could trigger Tokyo's military involvement. Her words sparked a strong rebuke from Beijing.
中方强烈敦促日方反省自身在台湾问题上的历史罪责，恪守一个中国原则和中日4个政治文件精神，停止挑衅越线，停止向台独分裂势力发出任何错误信号。
China has been implementing various retaliatory measures against Japan, strongly encouraging Chinese people not to go to Japan for tourist purposes, reducing the export of dual-use products to Japan and so on. China is Japan's top trading partner, and Japan's economy would collapse if there were no relations with China. I think it's very important for Japan to repair relations with China.
Yasuhiro Yamazaki owns the premier seafood wholesaler Yamaharu. At one point, Yamaharu's exports to China were valued in the billions of yen, nearly half of the company's business. But this fell in 2023, when China banned Japanese seafood imports over the discharge of wastewater from the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant. This reversed last June, when China reopened its market to Japanese seafood.
11月ぐらいでね、確かね、去年ね。に、北海道が、水産物がホタテがですね特に解禁になって中国のメインランドに荷物が出たよ。次は関東本州。
Now, restrictions have been reimposed by China following the diplomatic row. Yamazaki had planned to join a Japanese food fair in Hong Kong, but talks have stalled.
基本は仲良くやってほしいなと思います。なぜならば。 民ね、日本を代表する水産会社の人たちも中国を代表する飲食だ水産のトップも仲いいんだから。
As for America, Takaichi has committed to investing $550 billion stateside, part of a broader economic agreement with Washington. Such large outbound investments could reduce the resources available for domestic investment. They may also put downward pressure on the yen, as Japanese investors need to sell yen to buy dollars to fund these plays.
The question is, when the Japanese economy is not really strong and a lot of Japanese companies are not really so lucrative, excluding impact of
Can't you see what these old roads did to me? Every dream I lose turns into dust and blues. Old bartender says the night's still young, but these tired lungs have sung enough songs. Train whistles echo somewhere far away, like ghosts begging me to stay. My guitar strings hum with a cracked old sound, like a worn-out man still drifting around. And every note beneath this southern sky feels like one more slow goodbye. Dust and bones blues, heavy as the rain, like cold scars hiding deep beneath the pain. Every road I ride, every town I choose, still leaves me stranded with these dust and blues. Midnight train rolling through the rain, steel wheels crying like human pain. Coffee grows colder beside my hand as I watch the storm move across the lane. Cheap motel glowing beside the road, another lost town carrying heavy souls. Old radio singing soft and low, songs about places I'll never know. an endless highway with nowhere left to go. Oh Lord, hear that sound as the rain keeps falling down. Every passing tune sings these lonely blues. Dusty suitcase lying by the door. I've seen too many towns before. Every neon light starts looking the same. Every heartbreak carries your name. My old guitar still understands the things this world never planned, and every chord beneath the moonlight sky feels like one more long goodbye. Lonely train blues tonight, slowly drifting on, like the whistle of a train just before the dawn. To these lonely blues. Rain keeps falling on the Mississippi road. Old guitar singing like a weary soul. Smoke from my cigarette fades into the night, while neon shadows dance beneath the pale light. Cheap whiskey burning slowly in my chest, trying to calm a heart that never rests. Every passing train sounds lonely and low, like memories from a life long ago. These midnight river blues keep pulling me down slow, like muddy southern water where broken dreamers go. Oh Lord, hear me tonight underneath this pale moonlight. Every road I choose leads back to these blues. dusty boots walking through an empty town. Every lost soul keeps looking down. Oh, jukebox crying in the corner bar, playing songs for hearts left scarred. Wind blows softly through the southern trees, like ghosts whispering old melodies. And every note my guitar plays tonight feels like holding on to fading light. These midnight river blues run deeper every year, like thunder in the distance, slowly drawing near. Oh Lord, hear my cry beneath this endless sky. Every dream I lose turns into these blues. Neon signs glowing through the midnight rain. Every small town highway starts to look the same. Cheap whiskey bottle resting by the sink, while lonely hearts sit quietly and think. Old jukebox humming in the corner bar, playing songs for people carrying scars. Smoke hangs heavy underneath the light, like broken souls hiding from the night. Neon whiskey road, take me far away, past the empty bars, memories that stay. Feels home. Every road I choose turns into these blues. Scream about all the things that could have been. Train tracks shining underneath the storm, like old ghosts trying to stay warm. My guitar keeps singing soft and slow, things this world will never know. And every chord beneath the southern sky feels like one more Neon whiskey road, stretching through the night. Streetlights flicker in the fading light. Old men drinking slowly at the bar, talking about dreams that never got far. Smoke rises softly through the quiet room, like tired flowers trying hard to bloom. And every lonely blues song on the radio sounds like somewhere I used to know. Rain on the Delta tonight, cold against my skin, like old broken memories coming back again. Oh Lord, hear my cry underneath this southern sky. Every love I lose turns into these blues. My guitar rests heavy against the wall, like it already knows the rise and fall of every lonely soul that passes through, searching for something real and true. Wind moves softly through the pinewood trees, carrying old forgotten melodies. And somewhere down the darkened railway line, another lonely heart is losing time. Rain on the Delta tonight, slowly washing through like muddy river water, pulling me from you. Every road I roam, every dream I chase, still leaves these old blues written on my face. Smoke hangs heavy in this old blues bar. Streetlights shimmer from passing cars. Bartender pouring another round slow as old train whistles echo below. My guitar hums with a tired sound, like a lonely soul still wandering around. Every broken memory comes alive tonight under neon glow and candlelight. Smoky Delta night, burning low and warm, like an old blues record spinning through the storm. Every lonely mile, every faded sign still brings me back to the ghosts inside my mind. Rain taps softly on the window pane, trying hard to wash away the pain. But every melody still calls your name, and every midnight feels the same. Southern wind moves through the trees so slow, like secrets only lonely hearts know. And somewhere far beyond this town, another tired sun is going down. Smoky Delta night, hold me till the dawn, like the last old memory before it's gone. Every road I ride, every dream I chase, still leaves your shadow in this empty place. Cold wind blowing through the Delta night, rusty street lamp barely shining light, old six-string crying by the motel sign, like a broken prayer lost somewhere in time. River keeps rolling dark and slow, carrying secrets only drifters know. Every heartbeat echoes through the rain, like an old freight train full of pain. These crossroads after midnight keep calling out my name through empty southern highways. and neon-colored rain. Oh Lord, can you hear this old guitar and feel every road I ride leaves another scar inside. Bartender wipes the dust from empty glass, watching lonely shadows slowly pass. Jukebox humming low in smoky air, playing songs for souls beyond repair. Moonlight falling on these worn-out boots, while silence hangs beneath the roof. And every chord I play tonight alone feels like searching for a place called home. Train wheels crying near the riverside like the ghosts of dreamers left behind. Smoke keeps dancing underneath the blue, while this old world keeps breaking in two. These crossroads after midnight still pull me through.
Keep it that way. The second order I'm signing directs federal agency to transition to what is called quantum cryptography. Do anybody know what that is? You're going to hear very soon, so you're going to find it interesting. Cryptography for their computer systems by 2031, and to lead the way for wider adoption of these extremely strong security standards. America is celebrating 250 years of ingenuity, innovation, and invention this year, and today's commitments to quantum leadership will help secure that legacy for decades to come. I just want to say before we introduce a couple of the people, we're doing very well with respect to the Hormuz Strait. We took in more oil yesterday than has ever gone through the strait. You probably see that. We have an oil gusher. The strait is totally open, you know that, and we're negotiating. We'll see how that all goes, but we have two things. We have an open strait, and we have a country that will never have a nuclear weapon. Will never, ever have a nuclear weapon. So now I'd like to invite Michael Kratsios, Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, to say a few words, followed by National Cyber Director Sean Cairncross and Secretary Wright, who's doing a fantastic job over in Venezuela and every place else he touches. Venezuela, by the way, has been amazing. We are really having a great relationship with that country, taking out tremendous amounts of oil, far, far more than that particular war cost, many, many times, sending it to Houston, sending it to Louisiana, sending it to lots of places. And Venezuela is also doing well. Venezuela is doing better than it's done in maybe ever. So it's been an amazing situation. Where did you ever hear of getting money back from the war by 42 times over, right, Pete? Nobody does that. And I think Iran, I can say on a sort of a different scale, is in its own way working out very well. Maybe it's hard to say just as well, but maybe almost just as well. And we're doing very well in terms of negotiating a fair and reasonable deal. One of the things that we are doing also, and it came up last night, is money that's being unfrozen is going to be used to buy food, and the food's going to be bought exclusively through the United States from our farmers. And corn, soybeans, all of the things they need are going to be bought from our farmers. So our farmers are very happy. I've had a lot of calls. They were very happy about that. So now I'd like to ask Michael to say a few words, and we'll follow up by the other two gentlemen, or three gentlemen, and then if anybody has anything to say, and we'll take some questions at the end. So Michael, go ahead.
So, Mr. President, as you mentioned in your remarks, you were the first president in history to prioritize quantum as a scientific priority of the United States government in your first administration. And since then, there's been a big leap in the investment the private sector has made in this particular domain. And we're now at the moment where a lot of that research is starting to pay off into commercial applications. And what this executive order will do is turbocharge that. First and foremost, it's going to task the Department of Energy to create a scientifically relevant quantum computer, which is going to help pave the way for even larger computers for the private sector. Secondly, we're going to be focusing on sensors and networking. So agencies like the Department of War, along with the Department of Energy, are going to be doing a wide variety of sensing and networking work. So this is a big step forward, and as one of our two top science technology priorities, we're excited to kick things off today.
Good. Thank you very much. Good job, Michael. Sean, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. You continue to be the most forward-leaning president in innovation in American history.
Is that all?
That's necessary. But no, and while you recognize the tremendous potential quantum has to advance medical research and cryptography and improve the lives of American people, you also recognize the security implications. As quantum rolls forward, it will challenge public key cryptography, which is what secures everything. It secures our financial transactions, our civilian critical infrastructure, and it secures the digital systems that Americans rely on for their daily life. And these two executive orders, which pair innovation and security, will address those issues. As we move forward, innovation and security have to be balanced. You recognize that. The actions that you take today will make sure that American systems are trusted and secure and safe moving forward. And I just want to thank our tremendous American companies with whom we've been working so closely. I think it's fair to say we have an unprecedented relationship in this. I want to thank our colleagues in the interagency who have been tremendous. Such a mission-focused group of people. And obviously none of this happens, sir, without your leadership. So you're securing our systems for generations to come. Thank you.
And you've done a great job. All of you have, actually. Chris Wright, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So 141 years ago, Albert Einstein, 121 years ago, Albert Einstein published a paper on
Nobody cares.
Good point, good point.
I never come back. And usually they won't catch you.
Published a paper on the photoelectric effect, recognizing the quantum behavior of light, that it came in quanta. 40 years after that, President Trump's uncle, John Trump, was a pioneer in applying light radiation and the reflections of it to develop radar at the MIT Radiation Lab, critical in D-Day, critical in the end in winning World War II. That's the parallel of quantum innovation. 40 years after that, John Martinez, down there, pioneered taking quantum effects and building them into a device to capture that behavior. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics just last year for that discovery, that breakthrough. But 40 years, quantum phenomena are tough to harvest and tough to work with. But here we are, thanks to President Trump's leadership in the first term with Director Kratsios, to launch a major national effort on quantum. This is taking it to the next level. The future of computing is going to be a three-legged stool. It's high-performance computing, basically Moore's law in semiconductor manufacturing. It's artificial intelligence that everyone's seeing and hearing about that's supercharging it. The third leg of that computing stool is going to be scientifically relevant quantum computing. This is tricky. We're not there yet. We're close. But with this executive order and this coordinated effort, we will have scientifically relevant, meaning error-corrected, quantum computing during this administration. The impacts of it will be tremendous.
Just, if I might, so with respect to the Strait, Hormuz Strait, a lot of oil pouring out, right?
A lot of oil pouring out. Despite Iran's efforts or pushback, we are flowing oil through the Strait of Hormuz and natural gas at pre-crisis levels. We could get to above that. We will get to above that, but things today are going very well, thanks to the U.S. military and Pete Hegseth down the line here.
And 2 days ago, we set a record, most ever taken out of the Strait. It's pent up, but it's a record. Did you know of my uncle at all?
No.
You didn't?
No.
Oh. Mr. Goodman,
I'm
would
at
you like to...
Berkeley and MIT.
No, but MIT is great. Howard, you want to say something? Yeah.
So you're accelerating quantum with this CEO, continuing to push America forward. Now, I have the honor that John Martinez was a member of the Commerce Department at NIST, and he's a Nobel Prize winning alum, which is, if you don't think the people in the Commerce Department and in NIST are the best, I mean, here's an example. Nobel Prize winner who was part of our team. You all know that the government invested $2 billion just a couple of weeks ago in quantum to drive it forward. And besides investing in the companies, we've also invested in fabs to build quantum for others so we can manufacture these quantum in America. Now you have Ruth Porat from Alphabet. They are doing amazing investing in building quantum. And you have Arvind right next from IBM. We invested in his fab. He's got a leading fab, so he's going to be building those chips, right? So that's that idea. And then lastly, post-quantum cryptography, right? Once you have quantum chips, we've got to protect everyone in this government, post-quantum cryptography. So NIST and the Department of Commerce is going to lead the charge to make sure all of us are protected and defended, so we know how to deal with quantum when it comes. We're going to lead in quantum, and we're going to make sure we stay safe. And these are both the things you're signing today. And that's why you have such an amazing team behind you, because you are leading the charge in quantum for America.
And Ruth, would you like to say something?
Well, thank
Google?
you. First, thank you so much for convening us for this important meeting and these two executive orders. We completely agree quantum is a breakthrough critical technology. The U.S. is in the lead. We will stay in the lead. At Google, we're really proud of our innovations, and thank you, Secretary Letnick. We've been investing for more than a decade in quantum. And back in 2019, we were the first company actually to achieve quantum supremacy. Didn't stop there. About a year and a half ago, we unveiled a new chip, the Willow chip, which is a great example of American innovation manufactured here in the United States. And what the Willow chip does, it enabled us to do a computation in less than 5 minutes that previously on the best supercomputer would have taken 10 septillion years, which is 1 in 25 zeros. So
That's pretty good.
It's a lot. And what's exciting about this is what it means for our children and grandchildren. It's about medical breakthroughs, nuclear fusion, material science. So we're really excited about the opportunity. And then also around post-quantum